Ireland is a special, a beautiful country, whether it's the stunning cliffs of Moher in the west of the country or Trinity College right here in Dublin. The poet W.B. Yeats said that education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. And there's going to be some fire inside the Three Arena tonight as the Bellator cage returns to Dublin with our main event for the middleweight title as the man of many nicknames, Johnny Eblen, defends against Birmingham's fired up Fabian Edwards. And we've got a stacked main card as well. Aaron Pico and Pedro Carvalho, Sinead, Kavanagh and Sara. What a clash of styles that one's going to be. Mads Burnell and Daniele Weichel. A lot of talk about that too. And a real potential barn burner. Sabah, Homasi and Levan, Chokheli. Cannot wait for that main card. We've got great prelims coming up for you as well. And to kick off the prelims, we have the very, very experienced Penco against Mackenzie Stiller in only her second pro fight. She is a submission artist, so you know who's going to want to do what in our opening fight of the evening.
And the tail of the tape will show you the experience of Penco. Will she be able to use that to her advantage against Stiller and get the win tonight? We're going to find out.
Let's get, for the first time this evening, to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome inside Three Arena here in Dublin, Ireland, as we get set now for the prelims at Bellator 299, where we'll kick it off now with 3 5-minute rounds in the strawweight division. Introducing the blue corner first, at 5'2", weighing in 115.8 pounds, her professional record 1-0, fighting out of Twin Lakes, Wisconsin, USA, Mackenzie "Mac-Judo" Stiller. And across the cage, her adversary, fighting out of the red corner, at 5'5", weighing in 115.2 pounds as a professional, 8 victories, 3 defeats, fighting out of Livorno, Italia, presenting Chiara, Beastie Barbie, Penco. And your referee, in charge, Brian Miner.
And so we get underway here with Penco, Beastie Barbie from Livorno in Italy, up against Mackenzie Stiller. Those blue gloves for Mackenzie. Mac-Judo from Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. Already with that one submission win against Maria Henderson. A fight she says she wasn't expected to win, and she says the same about tonight, Josh Thompson. She's the underdog, and she likes being the underdog.
I mean, after her last performance, I don't know how people can consider her the underdog. She is fantastic on the ground. When she gets into that clinch position, she really controls that body awareness and able to get the fight to the ground and start attacking the submissions. And she's aggressive with her submission attacks.
To set those up, though, she said prior to this, she needs to earn the right for that takedown, and she knows how strong Penco is on her feet. Actually lost on her Bellator debut, Penco, against Daniele, now McCormick, and then she's won 4 in a row. Good right hand to the body there from Beastie Barbie. I always think one of the great nicknames. You got one of those too when you fought, but right now Beastie Barbie's pretty good, I think.
I like what Stiller's doing right now. Is what she's doing is she's not just chasing the takedowns, not trying to force her way into the clinch. She's doing a great job of trying to bring Penco out, start throwing more combinations. That'll make it easier to get into the clinch.
That's just where she wants to be. Lifelong judoka, she describes herself as, Mackenzie Stiller.
We're bringing up a lot with the judo, where she's a black belt in judo, but she's also got top-notch level wrestling, so she can transition them both very well together. If the body lock and the upper body positions for judo, the foot sweeps aren't there, she feels comfortable enough to drop down on the doubles, pick the singles, snatch, pull them away from the fence. She's very well versed in the grappling areas.
Yeah, she won Wisconsin Girls State Wrestling in 2018. Got that great background.
That's more of what Stiller needs to do right there. Really try to put the pressure, make Penco make a mistake so she can close that distance and get in on the legs or get in on the body lock.
Penco, though, is using that reach advantage pretty well, using that jab. There's the front kick from Mac Judo, and then a right-hand response from Chiara Penco.
Well, Penco's doing really well. There's that right there. She's keeping Stiller at the end of her punches, throwing the combination, and then finishing with a kick, and then circling off, not standing directly in front of Stiller.
Good left hook there as well from Chiara Penco. Record of 8-3, 4-1 in the Bellator cage.
Very nice. Straight right to the body and then came back up top to the head.
Really smart, creative combinations from Chiara Penco.
Penco's known for her combinations. She'll throw punches and bunches, finish with a kick just like that, but you've got to be very careful when you guys are both still dry when you're fighting a grappler, because she's got to make sure that she's able to kind of slip out of these positions, so she overcommits on the striking. 2- and 3-punch combinations, she can find herself in the clinch position and then potentially on her back.
Well, Mackenzie Stiller said she's here to take over, and we should expect tonight complete and utter dominance from her. We certainly haven't seen that. But of course, there's still so much time. Now she tries to close the gap, but again, Penco uses her feet neatly.
2 steps back and then circled out to her right. Very nicely done. She saw, I think, in the peripheral, she saw the fence and coming up on her back foot, and she circled out to the right.
She holds that guard loose and a little low, but allows her to move and look at Stiller. And again, she used the feet to get out of any sense of that clinch.
Look at the side of that leg, though, right there on Stiller. Those leg kicks are having an effect.
Another really accurate again. She's got something to target now as well.
I don't want to say there's a sense of urgency, but the round is very close. I got Penco slightly ahead from the combinations, the punches landed, but Stiller with a good takedown, maybe a submission threat in this last 30 seconds can make a difference.
Good right hand, though, from Chiara Penco as we move into those final 30 seconds. Little smile on the face here of Beastie Barbie.
I just saw that. It's that's when you realize you're out there having fun. You see everything coming. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel comfortable out there.
She's looked fairly loose and fairly comfortable. It's a good right hand followed by a kick, and I hesitate to use the word certainly, but it feels like it's sealed in a round. Some replays from that opening round, Josh.
Nice job by Stiller with the combination. What she did is she kind of feinted like she was going to come in with the kick and then came back over the top with the right hand. And that check left hook was beautifully done by Penco. And then when you see what happens, Stiller throws the combination, she checks the kick, and then she throws a kick of her own, making your opponent pay for when they try to get off on their offense. Very nicely done by Penco in this round.
Long way yet to go, though, round 2. Chiara Penco of Livorno. Beautiful place in Italy. And those red gloves, having not dominated, but done enough to win the opening round. Livorno, by the way, is the home of Italian anarchy. Place famous for its anarchy, but there's been nothing anarchic at all about this performance. Nice and controlled, and behind that jab again straight away, but now Stiller closing the gap effectively.
Penco with the hesitation on the kick, and that gave Stiller the opportunity to grab it.
For the first time in the fight, they head to the floor.
Penco with that nice top control. I call this the KC guard. See how her right knee is in between Stiller's legs? So it's like that knee cross control. So I have great control. It's hard for Stiller to turn her body to the left or turn her body to the right because she's stuck there.
Penco trying to maneuver into that dominant position. Wants to let her hands go.
There's that judo that played a factor. She grabbed the head. A lot of grapplers were taught not to grab the head. Wrestling, you're taught not to grab the head. Great transitions for her to get to the top, but then Penco muscled her way back over to the top position.
Penco says she's worked a lot on her mindset, such an important part of this sport, and really impressed with her calmness in there.
cage. Go cage.
Watch for Stiller look to try to hit a trip or a foot sweep in this position here. She's got the over. She's got the double overs right there. Going to try to elevate her up a little bit, kind of make her light on her toes, and then look to try to inside trip or foot sweep.
Gonna work on her balance there. Trying to disrupt that. Knees there from Penco to try and discourage Stiller.
She's got that head and arm. Look for her to step across the body. Yeah, very nicely done.
There you go, Mac Judo.
This isn't a position that is commonly used in MMA because if you come from a jiu-jitsu background or a wrestling background, you know how easy it is to go to your knees and potentially take their back. But judo players, what they have is they have this ability to control you from this position here and often work for an arm bar or some sort of arm lock in this position. And Stiller does a great job in this head and arm position, keeping her head low so Penco can't bring her legs up over the head and push her back. See how Penco's trying to frame her away? She's trying to then Penco's gonna try to put her left leg across the face and then kick her back so she can get to the top position. But judo players are so good at keeping their top pressure. She's keeping her chest over the arm. She's keeping her head locked with her hand inside her own thigh. Very nicely done by Stiller.
It was an arm bar, remember, against Maria Henderson. So trying to use the cage there.
Stiller doing a very good job of trying to work on that arm, trying to hit that arm lock, and then if she can't get to there, she'll try to push that arm back across the body, or the head, and hit the side choke.
Really good work this from Stiller. Trying to grind Chiara Penco down. And it shows as well just how quickly fights can change in this sport. Penco in control almost in that opening round, but look at this now with over a minute still to go in round two.
And that's a long time when you're on bottom, taking shots, trying to find a way out of a position like this.
Use his elbows well too there, Stiller. Good accuracy as well here from that position from Mackenzie Stiller with that left hand.
She's holding her own right with that.
Penco's still trying to use that cage.
What I like what Penco's doing is she's actually taking her hand that's between Stiller's legs and she's locking it inside her own so she can't get armbarred from there. But what that also does, that locks you down in that position, you also can't escape.
It makes you a target a little bit, and that's what Stiller has taken advantage of here. Just over 10 seconds for Penco to survive this position.
What Penco needs to do is she needs to hip escape and belly down and then try to get to her knees to drive into her or try and throw that left leg over the top to try to get the hooks. Nice throw by Stiller with the head and arm takedown. Right to the top position. Look how she's controlling the head and the arm together. Gets a hold of the arm, but what Penco did was a very good job of turning her elbow the opposite way so she couldn't get arm locked. You can see her trying to frame her away to try to get her leg over Stiller's head. She wasn't able to do that. But just like I said, she's holding the inside of her thigh, but that realistically what that's doing is locking her down in place.
So our third and final round, Beastie Barbie, Chiara Penco and Matt Judo, Mackenzie Stiller, and it's up for grabs here, surely. 1-1 going into this final round.
Penco needs to get back to doing what she was doing in the first round, sticking that jab right there at the chest level, and then also circling out if Stiller starts to put pressure. And then Stiller needs to get back into doing what she did in the second round, closing that distance, getting into the clinch, looking for the foot sweep or the hip toss, and making a dirty, grimy fight to close that distance just like that.
Yeah, this was always going to be about where this final round happened, and I think we have our answer, Josh.
What Stiller did in the first round was she allowed Penco to get off. She allowed her to stay on the outside, but she also was getting her to engage more in the striking. She wanted to feel the power, feel the speed. In that second round, she threw caution to the wind, got into the clinch, got the hip toss. Did the same thing here in the third to start the round. Beautifully done. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to survive now, Penco, or get back up to her feet to get the win.
It's going to have to be the latter, surely. Surviving here isn't going to get her the win. Not from this position. Penco has to find a way against Mackenzie Stiller. She knows it too. There's a sense of urgency about her here.
Watch the arms. Watch the arms.
Dave, how do you think those leg kicks feel? It just looks bad. You don't feel them when you're out there. It's not until you start to walk out of the cage you start feeling it.
Let's go.
Body head, body head.
I remember the first time we ever worked together, you took me into a hotel bar and pointed at the Creaky Pitbull's legs and said, that's what they can do to you.
Let's go.
Years ago in Newcastle. Learn those lessons. It's good work here from Stiller.
Start working.
What you see from there is that Stiller, she's doing a great job. She had the far side underhook, so that right arm is underhooked on Penco's arm. So then that's keeping her locked down in place. You saw Penco try to bridge her over. Well, you can't because my whole upper body is pinned to the mat.
There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Be smooth, be smooth.
Punch, 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 punch. Pass. Watch your kick and pass.
Stiller back to her feet.
Ooh, that was very close. That arm is in there.
Don't give up position. Go, go, go. Come on, go.
The arm's not in there, but
Go, pass, pass. Come on. She's tired now, she's breathing. Let's go.
Nothing sloppy, girl. You know what you're doing.
nice escape by Stiller to get herself back to the top position.
Let's go.
Yeah, they're telling Stiller not to be sloppy here, to get the job done.
Minute 40.
Approaching the final 90 seconds, surely so far Stiller's done enough to win this final round, but we know how much things can change in a short space of time.
Strikes.
Like I said earlier, Stiller has that far side underhook. That right arm is underneath Penco's armpit, and that's what's kind of locking her down and holding her in place.
Don't lose it.
Stiller just about still controlling.
Stop that knee.
Let's go.
That omoplata there.
Come on, you know what to do.
Stiller needs to stand up, get her head up in the air, use her left hand to push her foot off, and try to stand straight up in the air to shake her arm out.
45 seconds.
Looking
Give
to
me some
turn
work.
there.
We got 45 seconds.
Give me some work.
Now short up. Let's push your face away
6
now.
minutes of ground control for
Head in
Mackenzie
your
Stiller
chest.
here.
Head in your shot.
Come on, give me
Come
some
on.
work. Give me some work. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Come on.
Yeah, the words of the corner there, just 30 more seconds, give me that, and surely that's the route to the victory here.
Let's go.
It's a long time when it's been 14 minutes and 30 seconds.
Shoulder in your chest.
Now, these final 10, 15 seconds will feel like an eternity, but it's been a grind here, and she was behind, but Mackenzie Stiller
Finish strong.
finding a way, surely in rounds 2 and 3 to get a second win of her pro career.
Yeah, she got the double unders, elevated. What she did was she made her light on the flip. She kind of elevated her up by putting her hips into her, got her light on her toes, and then made the full transition to whip her over the body. The fence almost got in the way in this takedown here in this round. Nicely done. What I liked also too is that Stiller, she continued to try to get work in there towards the end. Even though she knew there was only 20 seconds left, 40 seconds left, she kept trying to do work. Let the judges know, I'm still trying to finish this fight. Great job after giving up the first round to come back in the second and third and dominate.
Yeah, and to come back so strongly as well. Chiara Penco came into this fight in good form. She knew this would be tough. One of 3 consecutive wins coming into this, but she's more than met her match in rounds 2 and 3 here. I can see that Michael C. Williams is headed back up into the cage. Brian Minor will call the fighters together, and all of that means that we are just about ready. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your 3 judges, Ben Cartledge, Sal D'Amato, Jaron Vallel. All 3 have it the same, 29-28. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Mackenzie Mac Judo Stiller.
So the win for Mac Judo, she goes to 2-0. Well, it is a real thrill to be here in Dublin, this rapidly growing atmosphere alongside Josh Thompson. 1,556 days since we called fights together like this. What fun, to be back together. I'm really enjoying it.
I'm glad that you keep track, because I can't count past 10, so it's good to be back.
I've missed every day. It's great to be back, and what a card we've got.
Yes.
Both prelims and then this main card should be absolutely terrific. Talk us through this, Josh.
It's going to be a great card. You got Johnny Eblen versus Fabian Edwards. We're going to see if the champ can implement his will over Fabian Edwards, his speed and his movement in that cage. Aaron Pico coming back after the injury. Sure, he's had 1 fight, but this is a top-level competition tonight against Pedro Carvalho. And then Sinead Kavanagh against Sara Collins. Will the stand-up defeat the grappling and the judo? And Maz Burnell with the jiu-jitsu, and someone that he looked up to as a young person, as a young kid, watching Daniele Weichel now fighting him. And of course, the always exciting Sabah Homasi and Levan Chokheli. Going to be a great card tonight.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. More prelim action coming up now, though. We look forward to this. The much talked about Mark Ewen from Scotland, 4-0 coming into this, the same record as Noah Gugnon from France. Don't take your eyes off this one.
And the tail of the tape.
Yeah, looks like this, Josh.
The reach, I think, is going to be the thing, because Ewen's going to have to use that reach on the outside to keep Gugnon on the outside.
Absolutely. We'll hear much more from Josh, but we're going to hear now from Michael C. Williams.
Here at the Bellator 299 prelims, we continue now as we go to the lightweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 5'8", weighing in 155.6 pounds, making his Bellator debut. He enters undefeated at 4-0 from Spichen, France, presenting Noah Guns Gugnon. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 155 pounds even. He too makes his Bellator debut and enters at 4-0 from Falkirk, Scotland, Mark Ewen. In charge, to referee once again, Brian Minor.
Well, we have the Mark Ewen fan club in here behind us. Exciting prospect, but you could say the same about Noah Guns Gugnon. Let's see, can Ewen keep this on the feet? Can he use that striking ability? He says his mindset is his greatest asset. He might just need it here against this powerful Frenchman. Leg kick there from Gugnon, and then they trade leg kicks. Does have power, Mark Ewen. 3 wins via knockout and 1 via submission. Right hand landed there from Ewen. Both come out very, very quick here.
You can see the relaxation on the feet by Ewen. He's very comfortable on the feet. He understands he's got good takedown defense, athleticism to keep his lateral movement. He's a complete fighter. But Gugnon is very good at getting this fight to the ground, and on the ground he's very relaxed. From the top position to the bottom position, he can take this thing anywhere. It's on the feet where he's going to have problems with the speed and the athleticism of Ewen.
Looks like the kicks really well there. Ewen kick to the head, then kick to the body. Gugnon trying to respond here. Gugnon's trying to circle and have a look here, but Ewen is really keeping the pressure up.
What Ewen's doing is he's taking the center of the cage and also pushing Gugnon back to the fence. Putting his back to the fence is taking away some of his weapons.
Good combination there from Ewen, and he only just missed with that right hook. Speed here from Ewen, really light on his feet, and then another kick to the head. Right hook landed that time, followed by the left hand. It's an excellent start this from Ewen. Love the way he's using those feints as well, Josh, really relaxed.
Moving the hands, giving the shoulder feints, kind of switching the hip. Ooh, that was loud.
That was loud, and that was painful, and Gugnon 6. And Ewen instantly apologized and walked away. He knew what he'd done. So Gugnon, of course, will be given time here. And let's have a wincing look at the replay, Josh.
Just right on the tip of the cup. It's not something that's funny because when you're in there, you can feel it. You feel the cup shift up inside. It just doesn't feel good.
Well, they call in certain parts of the world a kick in the unmentionables. Gugnon is feeling that. Of course he is, and he's absolutely right to take this time. He's going to need it, and he can take every single second here to get himself back on track, as it were. In a strange way, the fighter it's going to affect will be Ewen, who was the one in a nice rhythm and starting to land good shots and put Gugnon under pressure.
Sure.
I'm not going to be the one to tell Gugnon, but may have done him some good.
Yep.
Won't feel like it right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's a warning, okay?
A warning there from Brian Miner, but we get back underway. Ewen using those kicks to the body really well, but Gugnon gets the takedown.
Nicely done, nicely timed. You see where Gugnon's gonna have to really get busy in terms of just smashing the weight on him, keeping his Ewen's legs together, and then try to work around passing the guard to that top position.
Elbow there, Gugnon, that was thrown with bad intentions. Ewen corner telling him to elbow the head, and he responded well to try and discourage Gugnon here.
I've watched a lot of film on Gugnon. He's done a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, grappling tournaments. He's got fluid transitions from the wrestling into the grappling. He's great at coming underneath and attacking on the leg locks as well. So if he looks to start to lose position, look for him to maybe jump guillotine or try to jump to a leg lock.
Ewen used that up kick to get up, and then in a dangerous position for a moment there. To where Ewen wants to be. Switching a lot here as well, in terms of that stance, Ewen. Oh, in both hands, there's the right.
Ewen throwing the ones and the twos. He's got to follow up with the 3 and the 4 because they're there to land. I think he's still kind of concerned a little bit about the takedown.
Twice he's looked for that right uppercut, Ewen. He feels that's on here. There's a right hook from Ewen, that did land, and Gugnon moves backwards here. That hurt him, just stung him anyway. And Ewen following up with the elbow. Much more destructive work there from Ewen.
Ewen's doing a great job.
Up again here.
He's doing a great job of smothering his space, keeping his distance, landing those clean shots. Staying patient, keeping him right there at range. Nicely done.
Darted under that left hook. And lands a big left hand of his own there. What a good opening round that is. Terrific action.
Nice job by Ewen, keeping that distance, keeping him right at the end of the punches, not rushing in and leaving his defense down. I like what he's doing with his kicks. He's utilizing those kicks to set up his hands and then using his hands to set up his kicks. But Gugnon, what he did was great when he was pushing the pace. When he got in the pocket and let his hands go and then drop down on the doubles, was nicely done. Ewen, though, never settling on bottom. This is a little bit of, if you guys are watching later on tonight, when you guys are watching, Fabian Edwards needs to be active like that from his back if he does get taken down.
Round two. When you see a series of up kicks like that in the Bellator cage, you think Fabian Edwards. In Birmingham against Falco Neto, left hook there from Gugnon. Can't take your eyes off this one. Mark on that left cheek of Ewen. Tattoo of Africa across his stomach, Mark Ewen. To his Nigerian-born father. A picture of his older brother Casey, who lost a couple of years ago in desperate circumstances. Accompanies him on the journey, as he says.
Ewen just looks so relaxed out there. Even when he hits the ground on his back, he's so comfortable there, pulling himself back to guard, throwing the up kicks, trying to get back to his feet, doing a great job all the way around in this fight.
Gugnon say voila when he does something right in that fairly flowery French fashion. With a good left hand there from Ewen.
Nice tip kick.
Yeah, Ewen was less convinced by that one. Become the pantomime villain here.
It looked like it hit right toward the lower abdomen there, but it might have skipped off the tip of the cup before it made contact.
You tell us.
Yeah, it looks like the toes kind of graced the tip of the cup, and then the toes went into the belly after that.
Ready? Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Fight!
Interesting watching Ewen's fighting style. He's so good with his hands. He doesn't actually set much up with that jab. Sort of flicks it and then throws behind it. Caught there by Gugnon.
The off balance on the fall.
Yeah, it wasn't a solid shot, was it? That's a good left hand followed by a right hook there from Ewen. Putting those combinations together.
This is what Gugnon had to do in the first round, was take the center of the cage and make Ewen back up. Those foot stabs, they look like they don't hurt, but they do. They have an effect if you're hitting right on the toes or if you're hitting right on the arch of the foot, they start to have an effect.
See Ewen trying to defend them there, trying to move that left foot. Defending well there, Ewen. Done well to get out of that position. Give him a confidence boost.
These little feints that you see Ewen throwing, those are almost like throwing a jab. So instead of me having to throw everything off of a jab, I give you a feint, make you react, and then I throw my combination off of that. Very nicely done by Ewen.
Just the jab to the body as well, Ewen. Got those hands trying to set something up upstairs.
When Gugnon goes first and he dictates the pace of the fight, takes the center here, he's more dominant, and that's common for most fighters. That shot right there hit him, landed clean.
Really good right hand. Now that Gugnon rather desperately looked and tried to find the takedown, that's the sign of a fighter who is still hurt. Can Ewen take advantage? Just looking to keep that half step, keep that distance so he can land something big.
Beautiful knee off that transition on the body lock, comes up top.
Pushes him back with a jab now, then that elbow from Ewen, and again, and he drops Gugnon, and he looks for the finish. That was so impressive. He waited and waited, and he chose the moment. That, Josh Thompson, was ice cool from Ewen.
Yes, very nicely done. He waited till he clammed up, just shelled up there, and then threw the elbows, went down to the ground and finished it up. Ref side, no choice but to step in.
Lift the soul and break the heart, and you're going to learn a lot more about this guy, but let's take a look at where it started.
Well, he started low with the right body hook, boom, and they came right up on top, and then he had hurt him right there, and then he comes off in the break, and they had a couple transitions, and then it went right into the elbows against the fence. As soon as he dropped, ref steps in to stop the fight. Nicely done. That's impressive when you know you have someone hurt. You don't smother it. You don't just punch wildly. What he did was he systematically just touched him, pressed him, created the distance, gave himself enough space to land the vicious elbows and get the finish.
He does a bit of modeling to pay the bills, does Mark Ewen.
He's a good-looking young man. Good-looking young man.
Finish
Great
that
performance.
Was pretty as a picture. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 3 minutes, 51 seconds into round number 2. The winner by TKO, still undefeated, Mark Ewen.
And it's Sergey Bilostenniy and Kasim Aras. This is going to be a battle of the heavyweights. Another one not to take your eyes off here tonight.
And the tail of the tape. I've got Sergey got to use that height and that reach as well to make sure he can keep Kasim on the edge of his punches, and we're going to see if he can get that done.
And whether they're in a phone booth or a phone book, the man who's going to announce them is Michael C. Williams.
And now here at Bellator 299, we've got heavyweights inside the cage, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. We'll introduce first the blue corner, at 5'9", weighing in 253.6 pounds. His professional record, 7 wins, 2 losses. Introducing Kasim Aras. And across the cage's adversary, out of the red corner, at 6'1", weighing in 246.2 pounds. As a professional, 10 victories with 3 defeats, presenting Sergey Bilostenniy. And your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
Stay. Here we go. You ready? Ready? Fight!
So for Sergey Bilostenniy here, a chance to put that, call it an unfortunate incident against Tyrell Fortune behind him. He's in those red gloves here and opens up with that outside leg kick against Kasim Aras of Aachen in Germany, but fighting with the flag of Turkey as well. 2 fighters who can certainly bang, certainly explosive. Bilostenniy just wants to get back on track here.
Bilostenniy, what he's got to do is stay on the outside, a little bit how Ewen fought. Stick and move on the outside, let the fight develop in front of him, and not rush in or not get overextended, because he will get taken down, and he does not want to be on his back. Look for Aras to really just kind of keep the pressure, trying to put Sergey's back to the fence, throw one or 2 big shots, close that distance, get into the wrestling.
Using that jab well early on. Bilostenniy jab to head and body. Fought in army hand-to-hand fighting. He certainly knows how to fight all right. Good spinning kick there. Trying to use that lightness on his feet here. Heavyweights in for the first time in our prelims, and the noise they make on the cage floor sort of shudders throughout this arena. Aras for the first time Get inside and throw that right hand.
Look at the trunk on Aras, though. Just the thick legs, thick barrel-chested. Physically just looks like an animal, the Hulk.
You would pick him out of a lineup as a fighter, that is for sure. Close to being low from Bilostenniy, but he landed it.
Bilostenniy just got to try to set up. Beautifully done.
Wonderful spinning kick from Bilostenniy. Now he piles on the pressure, and he finds the finish in the blink of an eye, and he's back on track.
Wow. Those spinning attacks came quick against the body. He set those up with the two that went to the body, then came up top to the head. Beautifully done. Just whipped it all the way through. Actually hit more with the heel. I thought he hit more flat-footed against the face, but he actually hit with the heel. That was all set up with the first two he threw earlier in the round.
What is it you always say? You don't need to throw those kicks with so much force, because if you land them, they're heavy.
Yeah, head kicks, they don't have to land with a lot of force. They just have to get there quickly before your opponent can block. A simple touch of the chin or behind the ear, it doesn't take much when you're landing to the head.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes 2 minutes, 33 seconds into round number one. The winner by TKO, Sergey Bilostenniy.
See, we're building, of course, towards that, but now it's time for tail of the tape between the welterweights, Nico Solli and Romain Debienne, and you've picked out that very clear height difference.
Yeah, the height difference is going to be key. Solli's going to have to keep that distance, keep the range, and if he does get on top, it's going to be hard to get off of him. It's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, it should be absolutely terrific. And let's get them announced. Let's get things ready. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here at Bellator 299, we'll go to the welterweight division. We're scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds as we introduce first the blue corner at 5'10", weighing in 170 pounds even. His professional record: 9 wins, 4 losses. From Boulogne-sur-Mer, France, introducing Romain Debienne. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6'2", weighing in 170.6 pounds. As a professional, 4 victories, 1 defeat, fighting out of Dublin, Ireland by way of Biella, Italia, introducing Nico, the Monkey King Solli. And your referee, again in charge, Blake Grice.
All right, gentlemen, let's go.
Well, these two have a recent opponent in common. Nico Solli won in his last fight in Bellator Milan against Barama Kamara.
Are you ready?
Romain Debienne was behind, it felt, for much of the fight against Kamara in Paris in May, and then he detonated that right hand, and that's what he tries to set up, Debienne. Solli looking to dominate right from the start. See Debienne looking all ready for that right hand, but he mustn't start throwing too wildly. There's the knee from Solli. What a start this is. They've got right to it.
No filling out process. They understand what's at stake. Both of them are out here to stand and bang.
Oh, the knees buckled there as Solli, and Debienne again. Oh, he lands again, and he finds another incredible finish. Romain Debienne takes a bow in Dublin. That was sensational.
When you know you have power and you can rely on it to be there, all you've got to do is create the opportunity and the moment. And he finds a way to do it every single time he steps to the Bellator cage.
He calls himself Neige, the French word for snow, because his hero watching on tape was the Iceman himself, and he would have been proud of this.
He hit him with a beautiful jab cross, just right outside. You got him to sit down a little bit. Then what I liked that he did was he made sure he didn't smother the shots, closed that distance, kept him right at the end of the punches, landed cleanly, beautifully done. Nice short work, nice evening when it's that quick for a fighter.
And when you have that right hand, it's not always going to work, but you know, as you said, Josh, land it like that, and it's going to more often than not be a route to victory. I love the way he did his hair just afterwards as well. He's one cool cat, this guy.
But what I loved was that he didn't hit him with the right hand. What he didn't do was load up the right hand again and then throw the right hand again. He went to 1-2, 1-2. So he just kept the pressure on the whole time, landed clean shots. Beautifully done.
Ladies and gentlemen, it comes to an end. Just 39 seconds into round number 1. He is the winner by knockout. Debienne.
Later, we've got Kenny Mokhonoana, local prospect, hugely popular. And you know, a lot of people are talking about this guy, Josh O'Connor. This could be a real fight here. This could be an upset, we'll see. O'Connor certainly looks focused. Josh has been focusing on the tail of the tape.
On the tail of the tape, the record is 5-0. They're both 5-0. But Mokhonoana, he has 2 fights in Bellator. Will that experience making it feel like home get him the win tonight?
We will see. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
For those joining us on YouTube at both channels, Bellator MMA and Showtime Sports, we welcome you to Dublin as we go now to the featherweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner at 5'10", weighing in 145.8 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated at 5-0. He fights out of Swansea, Wales, Josh O'Connor. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 145.5 pounds. As an undefeated professional, he too enters with 5 victories, no defeats. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, Kenny Black Diamond Mokhonoana. And your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
We think fights 8 and beyond are here. I just checked my lab. Yeah, I think they're here, man.
Good to see Mark Goddard for the first time this evening. Mokhonoana opening up with a long left hand. Just to say welcome to Bellator to Josh O'Connor. Explosive start again here.
Well, Mokhonoana has that very long stance, very spread out stance, which makes it easier to grab onto that single leg, work your way up to the body lock, and Josh did a great job of doing that and was able to step behind and trip and get to the top position.
Connor said he's going to fight at a high pace here. Fitness fanatic. Believes he's going to be fitter than anybody he fights. Mokhonoana trying to make use of those elbows from that bottom position. Trying to make use of those long legs as well here, Mokhonoana.
Nice Josh by O'Connor to get himself out of that position. Working the pass guard also.
Use the fence. Head position, please. Head position. Square him up. Watch those legs. Square him up. Watch those legs. Try the head. Square. Hey, we'll go right to that post and then we'll come down with some elbow. Nice.
Good position there from O'Connor, trying to make things awkward for Kenny Mokhonoana here.
You just want to make it uncomfortable for him on the ground, making sure he never gets an opportunity to set something up. As you start putting your forehead underneath the chin, stretching his body out, making him feel the cage back on the back of his head, all of those things make it very uncomfortable and makes you move into positions you potentially don't want to be in.
Come on, let's get off that hip. Don't let him get on that hip. Scroll that hip up. Scroll it off quick. Fill the space. Fill the space. You get arm pinned over the knee. Nice.
The gym, the 2-4 martial arts gym in Swansea, where there are a lot of young Welsh prospects. They're really excited about this sport in the country at the moment. Trains with Owen Harris and Danny Hand. Looking for a big win here.
Mokhonoana doing a very good job of keeping an active guard. Letting O'Connor know that, hey, if you make a mistake, I'm going to attack a triangle, I'm going to attack an arm bar. With those long limbs, it's real quick to set him in.
Will's in there at the moment.
He's got that, we like to call it a Dagestani handcuff, where he's reaching behind the body and has that far side arm locked. Now look for him to try to put those hooks in or elevate and take him back down for a mat return. Just like that.
Right on cue. Josh has done this before.
Which Josh?
Both of them. Expertly done by both of them.
It's very important what O'Connor's doing. Notice how he never unlocks his hands. He doesn't switch back to a single, doesn't drop back down on a double, and giving Mokhonoana a chance to wrist fight. So O'Connor's doing a great job of locking the hands, keeping them locked, elevating, taking him back down, constantly grinding and hanging on him, making Mokhonoana carry his weight.
Sneaky right hand there from O'Connor. Certainly looks, as we expected it to be, the toughest test of Kenny Mokhonoana's career so far. 5-0, 2-0 in the Bellator cage. Those up kicks that time, the night of the up kicks so far.
This is smart by O'Connor, just giving himself a chance to get his breath and still putting pressure on Mokhonoana.
Got to think about winning the round as well. 30 seconds remaining in the opening round here.
Let's make it work, guys. You want to stay there, make it work.
Great job of just guiding the legs to the other side, made an easy pass, top pressure in that half guard position. Giving him the shoulder, work right to mount. Short time to get some work in.
5 seconds worth of work here for O'Connor.
Great job by Josh O'Connor, just clinching, getting into the clinch, locking the hands. What he did was we call it a knee tap. He put his knee right behind Mokhonoana's knees and just kind of used his head to guide him over the knee and sat him over his lap. It's effortless, not a lot of lift and dump like this one here. He steps in deep, gets the lift and the mat return. Top position, normally right away you throw the hooks in and get to the back. He was just on point with his takedowns. And it all starts from him keeping that body lock and keeping his head close to his on Mokhonoana's body. Made it easier to get the takedowns. Nicely done. Great round.
Stand back, stand back, stand back. Ready?
Well, Kenny Mokhonoana said his old coach used to tell him that pressure makes diamonds all the time. He is under pressure here. Really good opening round from Swansea's Josh O'Connor. Mokhonoana under more pressure.
Nice timing on the takedown. He saw that O'Connor was just throwing the lazy inside leg kick, trying to set up his own takedown, so he went in and took the takedown first. Now he's in the top position.
There's a really smart reaction there from Kenny Mokhonoana.
Heavy shoulder pressure. Get ready to step over the leg, take it back.
Trying to get back to his feet.
Nice back take. Waited for O'Connor to kind of make his way up, extended his body, and Mokhonoana just put his hooks in, pulled him back down.
Crisis time here for O'Connor. Fighting those hands.
O'Connor with the 2-on-1. This is exactly what he needs to do. Control the wrist, 2-on-1, and then start looking to get your hips out from underneath or put your back flat to the ground. Nice escape.
That will give him a confidence boost here as he shifts those legs out of the way again, O'Connor.
Just so calm and composed for such a young man in these positions, doing a great job.
Took the words out of her mouth. The calmness under pressure was hugely impressive. Maybe shouldn't be surprising for someone who works in the NHS in Wales.
Guys, stay with it. Stay with it. We can work the boat. Work the boat. Work the man. Fuck that knee off. Let's go.
Working to the knee on belly, working himself, trying to get himself all the way over to full mount. What I love is that he has that far side underhook, keeping Mokhonoana's back flat to the canvas, making it very difficult because Mokhonoana's gonna have to turn to his side before he mounts any type of offense.
Mokhonoana said before this that O'Connor's a winner who hasn't yet fought a winner. O'Connor may be saying the same thing. There are levels to this game.
O'Connor's doing a great job of just controlling the legs and making sure they're never being able to upkick him or able to pull himself back into guard. So he's doing a great job of controlling them and guiding them where he wants them so he can stay in the top position.
The voice of Dino Cambateza in that Josh O'Connor corner. 5 minutes of round time here.
O'Connor looking for that armbar. Oh, just slid off the top though, wasn't able to get it. Minute 45 from Mokhonoana to kind of get busy on the top though. He had the takedown early, but it's been all that backwards since then. He's now in the top position. He's got to really try to win this round back.
Given the situation, he's in the top position, but under pressure to make the most of it. Once again, O'Connor, massively impressive response.
Quiet.
They're almost effortless takedowns because as you lock the upper body, beautiful elbow off the break. As you lock the body and you just use your knee right behind there, it's almost sit them over your lap.
They called for that inside kick and he produced it.
Big shot from the top as he jumped back down into the guard.
Constantly making life difficult here for Kenny Mokhonoana. First time fighting out of South Wales, and Josh O'Connor right now is taking the opportunity. Now it's O'Connor applying the pressure. Mokhonoana in trouble. Has he got it here, O'Connor?
Mokhonoana's got to keep that 2-on-1 on the wrist.
Desperately trying to.
One hook is out. It can still be finished from that position.
Crowd cheer Mokhonoana as he gets to his feet. Fighting for survival at the end of round 2.
Josh O'Connor off the break after getting back up to his feet. Makes a little bit of space, lands a vicious elbow. He was able to get to the takedown, get to the back, and when he got to the back, sunk it up underneath the chin. Wasn't able to get the other hand behind the head because Mokhonoana had great defense with the 2-on-1. Great round for Josh O'Connor. He's ahead of Mokhonoana in every position, whether it's on the feet or on the ground. He's making beautiful transitions from one to the next.
Well, Mokhonoana has talked of learning a lot of outside the cage lessons to do with diet and recovery. He's learning a few inside here tonight. So far, surely Josh O'Connor, 2 rounds up here. Surely Mokhonoana needs a massive final round. You can't read it any other way, Josh.
No, you can't, but Mokhonoana has all the tools, the head kicks, the good combinations, good movement. He's got everything on the feet to finish this fight.
Finished Craig McIntosh back here in February, his first win by knockout. He previously submitted his opponents. O'Connor needs to be careful not to make a mistake here.
That was a fatigue takedown. Mokhonoana is exhausted. You can tell by the way he's laboring his punches, his kicks. He shot in on the double, didn't have the energy to turn the corner, and just got bulldozed over right to the bottom position.
Remember what I said right at the start about O'Connor and his fitness levels, how proud he is. I don't think he's stopping here.
Set up that side choke. This is more of a defensive position where you grab between your legs. It's more of a stalling tactic, though, to try to create space so you can still breathe.
O'Connor said if he wasn't fighting in MMA, he'd be running triathlons.
You're a better man than me, my friend. if you're running triathlons.
Running and swimming and biking triathlons, extraordinary fitness levels, those guys. This, in a cage, though, is a different kind of extraordinary. What a performance so far from Josh O'Connor.
Josh O'Connor's had almost 8 minutes of ground control in this fight so far, and that lets you know exactly how dominant he's been in the grappling department. These are all easy takedowns. These are effortless, things that don't expend a lot of energy. He's just sweeping the legs, kicking the feet, sitting him over his knee, all effortless takedowns.
But he's earned the right, hasn't he? He's earned the right. Mokhonoana exhausted. O'Connor just grinding him down here.
I trained with a guy named Frank Shamrock, maybe you've heard of him, but he's weaponized conditioning and cardio, and that's exactly what I feel like Josh O'Connor has done.
Certainly an appropriate name drop here in Ireland.
Great transition from the mount as Mokhonoana started to turn. He followed him and got right to the back.
The only thing that would really put a bow on this performance would be if O'Connor can force a stoppage here. However he does it, because right now he is dominated almost from the start. The situation seems hopeless here for Mokhonoana. I think Mark Goddard's aware that Mokhonoana's really tired. He even looked there when O'Connor just started to land those punches.
When you're exhausted, those type of submissions, sure, they don't normally work, but when you're exhausted and the forearm goes across the mouth or just over the nose and you can't get a deep breath, you start thinking, why am I in here? I can get out of here with just a quick tap, you know, and those are the things that sometimes will go through your head.
Mark Goddard, certainly not his first rodeo, was very aware of that when he was taking a look, keeping an eye here on Mokhonoana. Looking to apply the flourish, O'Connor, but Mokhonoana trying to control that neck.
There's that armbar attempt again. Oh, I thought he was going to slide off the top. Very smart move by him, though, in keeping the back, staying in the top position. You slide off the top, you lose that position, and anything can happen in the last minute of a fight.
Watch the shots, pick the shots.
Just a warning there. To watch the shots there from O'Connor, but he knows if he stays in this position now, he has it won. Mokhonoana still trying to control those wrists, still doing a good job of it. 20 seconds here to survive, but it will just be that. O'Connor has been so dominant here. No argument at all about how this is going to be scored. 10 seconds remain. What a display to announce yourself on a big show from Josh O'Connor. He's done Swansea proud.
This was the story of the night, though, was just the easy, effortless takedowns. Just kick the foot. When you're hitting those judo sweeps and those foot sweeps, you're just kicking the foot in the direction of the toes. Make it easier for them just to slide out from underneath you. And when he got to the top position, he did work. He was just so calm, so composed, really just touch, not loading up too much, just making Mokhonoana feel the pressure, feel his weight, and it zapped him. By the second round, Mokhonoana had no answer. Was fatigued, exhausted, couldn't stop anything that Josh O'Connor was doing. Great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go now to your three judges. Your first, Michael Murtha, scores the fight 30-27, while judges Ron McCarthy and Jaron Villel see it the same, 30-26. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Josh O'Connor.
Power let's get the tail of the tape ahead of our next fight here. Josh, talk us through this.
Can Hassan keep the distance and the range in his flashy stand-up to keep himself off of the canvas? That's going to be the question. Juge is going to be fantastically on trying to press the action into pace to get the fight to the ground.
Well, let's find out. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
And now tonight here at 3 Arena, we go to the featherweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds, and introduce the blue corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 146 pounds even, his professional record 4 wins, just 1 loss by way of Libya. He fights out of Manchester, England, Ibrahim El-Faqih Hassan.
Let's go!
And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 145.6 pounds, near perfect as well. He brings 6 professional victories, 1 defeat. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland, Azel the Sultan Ajuj. In charge, your referee, Brian Miner.
Three of El-Hassan's last 4 wins.
You ready?
By unanimous decision. He says he feels the pressure to put on a show, to entertain a bit more. He might struggle to do it against a strong opponent here in Ibrahim Al-Faqih Hassan from Manchester. Huge with those red gloves here, 4-1 in the Bellator cage. Lost on his pro debut and his Bellator debut against Konstantin Blanita, but boy, has he rebounded and done really well since, and that snaking jab landed.
No filling out process. Both took the center of the cage, started letting the hands and the kicks go.
It's been a theme of the night so far. No feeling out process. Everyone seems to have gone at it right from the start. Great entertainment in Dublin so far.
Hassan's got real flashy stand-up. He's really good at keeping the range and utilizing that range to counter people, but I was actually kind of surprised that he was able to get in on this as he caught the kick, and he's working on this takedown.
Al-Faqih Hassan says that he'd always done what he describes as a bit of martial arts, mainly kickboxing, and he started training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and fell in love with grappling. There's a quote to warm your heart, Josh Thompson.
All right. Good. All right, continue.
Anyone who falls in love in grappling, I'm sure, is okay by you.
You have to learn to love it. And if you don't love it, then maybe this is not the sport for you, because there's a lot of grappling. Whether it's upper body, lower body, doesn't matter. You end up on the ground, you keep it on your feet. You've got to learn to love it.
Huge trains in both Paris and in Dublin. SBG Ireland, of course, does do plenty of traveling. That kickboxing background, karate background as well.
So I'm putting a lot of effort into getting this takedown and keeping this clinch. I would have given the style of his stand-up, given him a little bit more of the edge on the feet, but he basically just hit under the side, the half guard position, and tried to pull him down from there.
He's back to his feet now. Huge has really quick hands, and there's a sharp left hook from him, and then he looks for the big right hand. And another right hand from Azel Ajuj. You always worry when a fighter talks about wanting to impress more and look for finishes, because you worry they're going to rush their work a bit. That's a big right hand though from Ajuj. Took it well.
Right body kick, right body kick. Right body.
Good pressure here though from Azel Ajuj.
Yeah, Ajuj doing a great job. He went from southpaw to back to conventional, and as he did it, he threw the combination off of it. Nicely done.
Really fast feet and fast hands, and he mixes up his work so well. Going to set up that right hand again with a feint.
Hassan just looks like he's looking at a deer in headlights. He has no answer right now for the speed of Ajuj and how he's mixing things up. keeping his head directly in line to be hit.
The head's in line, the hands are a little low as well, and the Juge is trying to drop them further. Lovely left hook to the body, followed by the right hand from a Juge. Putting together some really good, swift combinations here.
Good job with the bicep. Good head position. Right hand between the legs. Pressure the shoulder. Yes. Stuff his head in. Stuff his head.
Final minute of this opening round has belonged so far to Azela Juge.
The Juge doing a great job with his head positioning, putting that forehead directly under Hassan's chin, stretching him out, making him feel uncomfortable, making him move when he doesn't want to move.
An elbow there from a Juge. It's been relentless pressure from him after the opening minute of this opening round.
This fence grappling really will start to take the steam off of both fighters' stand-up. Like the speed, the power, all of those things will start to have an effect. You can see it more in Hassan right now. When he was forcing that takedown early in the round, he wasn't able to get it. You can see that he's kind of, seems like he's a little bit lost right now. Looking at the clock, looking up into the crowd.
That's where his gaze is going at the moment. Trying to hang on, almost literally. The final 5 seconds of this opening round. Completely dominant from a Juge.
Did a good job of setting things up, going low and then coming back up high. And what I liked is he kept his range. See, in that moment there, he landed a good shot, but then he didn't rush it. Again, right there. See how he kind of hesitated a second. He didn't rush it and get hit with an up kick. He's been very patient in this round. He let the fight develop in front of him. And all of these things start to add up in the clinch, grinding on Hassan, making him carry his weight and landing the elbows, making enough space. Great round, great job by Juge in that round.
Great round, great job. A Juge has a great story.
Ready? Ready?
Son of an Algerian migrant, and says his dad sacrificed everything for him and his sister. He just wants to give back now. Great line as well that I always love. He said he used to get up at 5:30 every morning to train with his dad when he was a teenager, and he said, I didn't do that for nothing. Remembers every single moment of that. Determined to throw that into his career.
Yeah, I remember being, 13, 14, 50 years ago. That feeling of, no, I don't want to get up, but you had to get some work in. It was for me with wrestling. We had early wrestling practice at 5:30 before school started. It wasn't easy, but it paid in the end.
Certainly did. And Jude's dreams of a career like yours. That was close to being low, but it was okay. Left to the body, straight down the middle from a Juge. And everything he's doing is working.
That effortless type foot sweep. You just touch it a little bit and pull the foot towards the toes, and the foot comes out directly. Doesn't look like much, but it has an effect on the fighter going, man, I just got embarrassed in front of everyone just with something so simple.
So impressive about a Juge when you watch him up close is that the lightness on the feet and the balance. Balance is the word. And he's got an opponent off balance like this. He really has the chance to dominate.
Well, you saw the difference between the rounds. So between round 1 and 2, you saw Juge bouncing up and down, getting ready to start the second round, where Hassan was kind of hunched over a little bit, hands on the knees, early in between rounds.
Solid kick there from a Juge. Block the kick to the body, Hassan.
Hassan's being more of a defensive fighter. You've got to be offense. I've always said this, your best defense is offense. If I'm being offensive, it doesn't give your opponent the chance to really get off. They're always trying to defend on you.
Good head position. Lock up the hips. Lock the hips. Push the hips, FPL.
This is different. We've seen this back in the old days where they would jump guard and try and pull you down, but it looks like he's really just trying to get him to carry his weight. Oh, now he locks the figure 4 around the waist.
He's giving a Juge something to deal with here. Ibrahim Al-Faqih Hassan.
It's not easy to hold that position, though, as well. Not just for Ajuj, but also for Hassan, because you've got to keep those legs locked, which means the blood's flowing out of there, and it just, as you put your legs back down, you're like, your legs feel a little weak because you're holding that position, squeezing that position.
Ajuj kind of worked that out and almost just waited for that to happen. Smart from him.
Well, it's easier to wait when you're just leaning against the fence.
Move that leg. You're going to try sweep. Nice. Big knee again. Hips. Beautiful. Elbows down whenever you want it. Scoop that leg. Let's get the body lock. Scoop the leg, body lock.
Hassan's got to be a little bit more busy. You can't just hold somebody there. That means that the focus is you just using your strength to hold them against the fence.
Nice.
Knee the inside of the thighs, foot stomp. Use your shoulder to kind of pop him in the face or underneath the chin to elevate him. Make him feel uncomfortable in these positions.
Come on, guys, work.
They don't all have to be hard. They just have to be active. Give your opponent something to think about.
Let's get his head down. Let's make him look at the floor.
At least Al-Faqih Hassan has stopped Ajuj just dominating with the work on his feet.
Nice. Towards that wizard, let's go body lock, kick now.
And he's working very, very hard for that takedown here.
Kill his hips. Kill his hips.
What Hassan needs to do is get his head a little bit lower down by the hip and able to kind of squeeze his elbows in to pull his hips closer, pull his hips closer to him and away from the fence, because Ajuj right now is using that fence as like a third leg, something to hold him up, something to brace him there.
Well, heading, as you can see, towards the end of this second round, and might have stopped the pain a bit, but I'm not sure he's made a dent on Azel Ajuj here. Al-Faqih Hassan.
You're not thinking in my mouth. You finish thinking in my mouth.
So our third and final round, Azel Ajuj and Ibrahim Al-Faqih Hassan. Ajuj seemingly in control here. Those fighters that gym mates really, really admire. They always talk about him and the skill set of Ajuj, the speed.
He does everything so well. You know, he gives the feints, he lets the kicks go, he sets him up behind his punches, or then he can switch stance and give you two looks if you need to. Having a teammate like that you can prepare for fights with, someone who can go left-handed, someone who can go right-handed, who can mix it up and still wrestle and get takedowns.
There are these strike statistics. Ajuj 63 of 111, 18 of 62 for Al-Faqih Hassan.
Anything over that 40 percentile, 40, 43 percentile, means that you should be winning the fight, which in this case Ajuj is. At 57, he's landed at a clip of 57%. That's impressive.
I love the way that updated live while I was talking. That was quite exciting for a moment. There's a lot to get me excited, obviously. Let's see if Ajuj can excite us for this final 3.5 minutes. He's certainly got it in the toolbox.
Hassan's got to be thinking to himself, I'm down in the judges' scorecards in the first 2 rounds. I've got to make something happen here. You can't wait for the opportunity to present itself. You've got to create it.
Al-Faqih Hassan lost a split decision as an amateur against Josh O'Connor, who's made such a big mark here tonight, but their performances in Dublin so far have been at opposite ends of the scale.
Well, you can look back in past fights and say, hey, this guy fought this guy, should go this way. Well, the thing is styles make matchups. I can put 2 different fighters in there and the fights can be completely different.
Yeah. He beat him, so he beats him, or she beats him.
Never works out that way.
Never works out, yeah.
We like to call it MMA math.
There you go. We called it MMA maths, but we're not going to argue about that. Not right now. Jude's looking for angles here of a different kind.
Nice head movement by Hassan, but he's going to actually have to counter it if he wants to land something. He wants to try to win this round, try to finish this fight. He needs a finish to win.
He hurt him with that left hook. Oh, great shots to the body there, but Al-Faqih Hassan looks, I think, under pressure there for the takedown. Got himself into an awkward position. That was really good work to the body from a Juge.
Nice knee by both fighters. But Hassan finished up with that right hook.
Right, stop, time. Right there.
Hit him to the cup with the kick. It grazed the tip.
See that swelling and the cut on the right eye of Hassan.
Let's leave it all there, Ribs.
Good to go. You ready?
Right now, he's
Good.
just taking that little bit of time.
No? Okay.
It looked like it just grazed the kick because the kick still landed to the body, but it looked like it grazed it on the way up.
So we're looking for a grandstand finish here, Ibrahim Al-Faqih Hassan. So far he's struggled to really find a Juge here.
The Jude's got to be careful just not to fall back and think that he can circle and move and get the win. He will probably get the win if it goes the distance. This is when you start taking your foot off the gas pedal or you make mistakes, or the fighter starts to press knowing they're behind. You just got to keep the same fight. Keep doing what you're doing because it was working and he was dominating.
Probably is a dangerous word in this sport.
Yes.
Things have to be a bit more definitive than that. See, there's a left hand from Al-Faqih Hassan. No great power behind it, but just made Josh's point.
This little stance that he's doing right now, the Michael Venom page, the bounce in the step, those type of things. He wasn't fighting like that earlier. This is not the time right now, and knowing that you have a desperate fighter in front of you, knows that he needs a finish to win this fight.
Yeah, 30 seconds remain. Everything he's done to be in complete control, he's not doing.
Let's go, big finishes, 20 seconds.
He's having a look at the clock. Looks for a flourishing finish now, looks for the spinning attack. And he looked for something even more dramatic. That could have led to a big mistake, and Al-Faqih Hassan will end on top. Well,
beautifully done with the hook. This is where he kept his hands up. He was letting the hands go, keeping right outside the range. Nice body work towards the end. Made Hassan hit the double leg. Couldn't get in deep enough. Started working on the choke. Couldn't get his hands free. But a great performance from Juge the whole night until the last probably 2 minutes. Got to keep your foot on the gas pedal.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the judges' scorecards, your first judge, Ben Cartledge, scores the fight 29-28, while judges David Peabody and Sal D'Amato both see it the same 30-27. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Azel the Sultan Juge.
so time then to get to the tail of the tape. And Josh, you picked out those records.
Yeah, the records, David Gillen, he's got almost double the fights, and that experience is going to play a factor tonight against Korkmaz.
Absolutely. It's time that we got back to Michael C. Williams.
And we welcome all of those joining us live tonight here in Ireland on Virgin Media as we go now here at the Bellator 299 prelims to 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first the blue corner at 5'8", weighing in 155 pounds even. His professional record 13 victories, 7 losses, fighting out of Berlin, Germany, the fearless Attila Korkmaz. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 155.2 pounds. As a professional, 21 wins, 8 defeats, 2 draws. From Normandy, France, presenting Davy Lenormand Gallon. And your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
No, back up, back up. Behind the line, guys, behind the line. Thank you.
Looks ready to go, doesn't he?
Ready? Come on, fight!
Here we go. Someone once said, Attila Korkmaz. You may have seen him on his Bellator debut against Andrew Fisher, tough opponent that. He lost it on the prelims of MVP against Logan Storley, but he tore his bicep early on in that fight. Don't judge him on that. Grappling exchanges were desperately difficult for him, and he'll be a very, very different prospect here against Davy Gallon.
Gallon is an entertainer. He understands what it takes to make sure he's impressive. He wants to do things that he doesn't normally do. He'll do them inside the practice room, but he wants to do it live in the cage for the fans. He understands what this business is all about. It's about being an entertainer. But at the end of the day, it's about winning also.
Yeah, he produced that famous, infamous, that rolling thunder kick against Ross Pearson, for which he's so famous. The blood around the nose already of Korkmaz. Gallon has connected early here. Applying the pressure here, Davy Gallon. It was Saul Rogers who applied the pressure to him in Paris, and he was stopped too early. I'm sure you all know the story, and ended up being a no contest. Gallon, having lost in Milan against Daniele Scatizzi, really wants to bounce back from that, so that no contest was even more frustrating for him.
Korkmaz is having a success with those body kicks. They're getting in just under Gallon's elbow. He's landed 3 of them that I've seen. They're very impressive. You could see Gallon take a couple steps back, drop the elbow a little bit. Still trying to put the pressure, but he's very aware that they're landing.
Started judo when he was 5 years of age, Davy Gallon. Said his parents couldn't control his energy, so they sent him to judo. Still got bags of it. Channeling it into that cage now, though.
Gallon doing a good job. What he'll do is he has his arms locked or his hands locked. He'll drop the elbows, squeeze the elbows tight to his hips. He'll bounce Korkmaz off the fence, and as he does, he'll try to either kick the foot out or step across the body and spin him down to the ground.
I mentioned the damage to that nose of Korkmaz. That's the blood that you can see running from the face of Attila Korkmaz, the fearless. The Spitfire gym in Berlin.
It just ruins the rest of the fight. Well, like when you get hit with a small jab or a punch that just barely grazes you, and you start leaking from the nose, and you're thinking, that wasn't even hard. I've been hit with a lot harder before and it wasn't bleeding. And that's not the way you want to start the fight. You just start to think, give me one more thing to think about, is the blood dripping from the nose as I'm trying to defend everything you're doing.
And it definitely gives your opponent a spring in their step. They see that they've done damage, however they've done it.
This is nice defense from Korkmaz. Gallon's got to be careful. He's not using too much energy forcing this takedown. I mean, Gallon's got wins over Kane Musa, Charlie Leary, and like you said, Ross Pearson with that Rolling Thunder knockout. Just, he's got all the tools. He has all the weapons he needs to beat anybody. Just sometimes he lets the entertainment business get in front of the W. And I'm not mad at that. As a fan, I'm not mad.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's getting the balance right. It's getting the balance right. People look at the record. They see the entertainer. If you can get the 2 of those things together, then you're on to a winner.
Gallon should start trying to put his forehead underneath Korkmaz's chin. Stretch him out a little bit, make him uncomfortable, kind of open up the rib cage, start kneeing to the ribs, kneeing the inside of the thigh. You want to make your opponent feel uncomfortable. By doing that, I put my head under the chin, make you look up towards the lights and towards the fans, so you can't really see what I'm going to be doing down below in terms of kneeing you to the thighs or to the body.
Just altering position there. Korkmaz. Finally, there's daylight. I saw that coming and blocked it fairly comfortably. Looks to unload the right hand and then starts to catch fire a bit. Mistimed that though, Korkmaz.
Nice attempt at the throw. Wasn't able to lock that arm, but Korkmaz got on that neck.
Yeah, pressure on that neck of Davy Gallon. Final second though. So round number 2 here, Davy Gallon. Frenchman with those red gloves. Going to come forward, having maybe dropped that opening round. Josh scored it for Attila Korkmaz.
Korkmaz almost took out Brian Miner, the referee. Brian had to circle out of there real fast.
Gallon talked before this fight of Korkmaz is an orthodox striking style. That really would have been unorthodox.
Yeah.
Good footwork from Brian Miner. Korkmaz trying to draw Gallon into something there, into a trap.
And Gallon will normally go a little bit more aggressive and just throw caution to the wind. But you can tell that he's being thrown off a little bit by how much Korkmaz is switching and what he can do and how explosive he is. He almost lures you in with small little subtle movements, and then he explodes.
Korkmaz is happy to be patient as well, isn't he? Biding his time. Looking for that kick to the body to respond to what Korkmaz did in the opening round. He's on a run of 5 wins in a row, Davy Gallon, before that little juggernaut came to a really crushing end against Skatitsi. It's his first Bellator loss. He's failed to sparkle so far here. Against a compact and very, very awkward opponent in Attila Korkmaz. By the way, that last name, Korkmaz, that means fearless. That's where the nickname comes from.
All I can think of is the movie Lionheart and the guy named Attila. That's what it's got me thinking. And he was, it's funny because he has that bulkiness, the little beard, and a little bit of a relation there.
Absolutely, yeah, you can see. I think if you're called Attila, you walk around with that name, you've got to be pretty tough. Not too many ballet dancers called Attila. Gallon comes forward and tries to find the head of Korkmaz with that kick.
All those ballet dancers are going to hit us up in the DMs.
I was going to say, I'm going to get letters, aren't I?
Hey, what about me? Korkmaz is really taking his foot off the gas pedal. In the first round, he was having a little bit more success, letting the body kicks go, kind of pushing the pace, getting right in front of Gallon. But now Davy's kind of taking over the control of this round and the tempo of the round.
Then Gallon blocks that head kick, and then Korkmaz landed to the body. Gallon just draw a reaction there. Having watched so many fights so far tonight with such a sort of high output, this one hasn't quite matched that. He's trying to get it done in a different way.
You can see the power of Korkmaz. It just throws David Gallon off of him. The kicks are having an effect. All the things that Korkmaz is doing is really, it's having an effect on David Gallon, whether it's the kicks, whether it's the takedown defense, all of it.
Cheeky left hook there from Korkmaz was a good shot that again discouraged Gallon, and he's sort of doing enough to discourage Gallon. Tries the spectacular.
That was impressive. Gallon went for the spinning kick, and Korkmaz threw his own spinning kick down low, or threw his own kick down low.
Just following Korkmaz around the cage a little bit as well.
This is a toss-up round. Both of them has landed some good shots. I mean, Davies being the one pressing, Gallon's being the one pressing the action. So they may, the judges may end up seeing that and give it to him.
David some Gallon, of the action. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, David Gallon with the great spin, and then but the great counter though by Korkmaz. Very nicely done there. To see that coming and be able to land it in the timing there. It was the body kicks, though, that earlier in the fight were setting things up for Korkmaz with the stand-up. And I feel like those are starting to pay a little bit of dividends because it's making David Gallon a little hesitant to let his hands go.
Well, Josh, someone's got to say it, and I'm going to throw the cliche at you right now, but this is a difficult fight to score. It's got that written all over it.
Yeah, it could be 1-1 or it could be 2-0, I think, for Korkmaz. It could be 2-0 for him or it could be 1-1.
Oh, big shot to kick that time. Huge shot. Gallon staggered back. Blood coming from the wound as well as Korkmaz goes for the finish. What about this from Attila Korkmaz? Electrifying at the start of round 3. We'll never know how it would have been scored because Korkmaz has rendered that irrelevant. Gallon is flat on his back and our concern switches to him, but he gives the thumbs up. But where did that come from? Attila Korkmaz landed those kicks earlier on in the fight, but that's devastating, Josh.
The foot wraps around the glove and goes wrapped around the head as well. You can just see David Gallon react right away. His legs go a little stiff, go a little wobbly. I like to call it the Zab Judah, kind of did the stanky leg. And what happens, he backed away, tried to make the space. And Korkmaz was able to land another body kick and get his elbows back down. Got the takedown, beautifully done on the top pressure. Flurried, saw the ref right there on the side, getting ready to step in. Just unflurried with the punches, got the finish. Nicely done by Korkmaz. It's the way that that kick comes around the glove and then wraps the foot around the head. The shin to the dome, as Joe, as we like to say.
The shin to the dome, indeed, and David Gallon looks devastated there. But that was a terrific finish from Korkmaz.
Everything that we prepared.
Once he had Gallon down, it was that left hook on the ground as well. He missed actually quite a lot, but he caught him with a left hook, and that was, I think Brian Miner then is suddenly on red alert, and he jumped in, of course, eventually. Well, let's get to Michael C. Williams now to make this official. What a win for Korkmaz.
Ladies and gentlemen, it comes to an end. 23 seconds into round number 3. The winner by TKO, the fearless Attila Korkmaz.
So let me ask you this. What makes Johnny Eblen so special?
A lifetime of wrestling, conditioning, natural footwork, a natural feel for fighting. I think it's not one thing you can put your finger on, it's several things, and he's the complete package.
You said he's the best in the world. Do you believe that?
100%, 100%.
Why did you want to coach Johnny?
Tremendous person since day one. Like, talk to him 10 minutes, you realize this is a really good dude, and it's a guy you want on the team.
So good guy, but he also described himself as a killer in the cage. Do you see that side of him?
Well, he's not undefeated for no reason.
What's the ceiling for Johnny Eblen?
It's a crazy game, but this guy is going to be very difficult to beat for a long, long time.
All right, cool. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you, guys.
Time!
Aidan, Brian Moore makes his way to the cage here. I know John McCarthy sitting along there will be enjoying watching the Irish Canelo. He loves watching Brian Moore fight. And he's up against this guy, Otto Rodriguez. You can hear the music playing in the background. Brian Moore will enjoy every single moment of this, of course. And he might just have his hands full tonight. We'll talk to Josh about that in just a moment. Before all of that, we will look at the tail of the tape. And you picked out that reach advantage.
Yeah, the reach advantage for Brian Moore. He's going to have to utilize that reach to keep this thing on the feet. Put the jab in his face, try to keep Otto Rodriguez up on the feet so he can knock him out if he can get there. Otto's going to try to close that distance and get the takedown.
The crowd are loving every single moment of this. Let's get it on. Let's get to Michael C.
And now here at 3 Arena, we'll stay with the featherweight division set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner. At 5'5", weighing in 145 pounds even in his Bellator debut. He's bringing 13 professional victories, just 1 loss. He fights out of Natal. And by way of Cabo Frio, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, presenting Otto Rodriguez. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 145.4 pounds as a professional. He stands with 16 wins, 9 defeats. He fights out of County Wexford, Ireland, introducing Brian the Pipeman Moore. Refereeing the action, Blake Rice.
Stay back, stay back.
All right, here we go. You ready? Ready? Fight!
Brian Moore says he said goodbye to bantamweight, returned to his correct weight class, says he feels energized and motivated rather than lethargic and depleted. Comes into this after 2 decision wins here in Dublin, out of Aldo Lima da Silva, Luco Yuvin, but that was only a split. Straight away, looks to find that range. See that almost trademark jab to head and then to body. He's a real student, both of this sport and indeed of the sport of boxing as well. Good foot movement there to get into range, and a nod of appreciation from Otto Rodriguez from Brazil. First fight since July 2021, but only a second since April 2017.
Otto's out of a good camp with the Pitbull brothers. A lot of top talent there. You got Leandro Higo, you've got the Patricio Pitbull, Patricky Pitbull. A lot of good talent that comes out of there. So he's experienced top-level training since coming into Bellator.
He has a seriously solid physique as well. Otto Rodriguez, really stocky, packed with power and strength.
I always wish I had muscles like that.
Watch your fingers towards his eyes.
Left hook there from Brian Moore. Looks sharp, doesn't he? Right from the start here.
I like what he's doing with the jab. He's aiming it right at the chest level, right below the chin.
Watch your fingers.
Keeping Otto Rodriguez kind of loyal to his position. He's got to try to get himself offline. To dip down low and get to the double leg. There it is. Switch to the single, trying to sit him. Brian's got good takedown defense. He just can't afford to settle in this position.
And he's desperately trying not to, and scramble back to his feet.
Otto doing a great job reaching all the way around, getting the far side hip and pulling himself up to the body lock.
See Brian Moore there just trying to rearrange those hands.
You're seeing this a lot more, how wrestlers, what they're doing is they're taking them off the fence instead of trying to take them down against the fence. The sport is now always evolving and always changing. He's pulling them off the fence and trying to get the takedown in the open mat. Great job of elevating that foot, because now Brian can only get up on that right side. He can't get up on the left side now when the foot's elevated like that. What Otto needs to do is try to put Brian Moore's back flat to the canvas so that he can make Brian carry all of his weight, then he can posture up and sort of do work. But right now, Brian, until this moment, Brian was able to kind of sort of wall walk up the fence, but this is where he wants to be, Otto Rodriguez.
See Brian Moore is so aware of the danger.
And this is why you see wrestlers and fighters start pulling fighters off the fence, because you see how Brian right now has got his back against the fence. It's actually making it easier for him to start trying to wall walk. He feels a little bit safer there. He's not going to take a ton of damage from that position. This is where he'll take a lot more damage, because now you're carrying Otto Rodriguez's weight, and on top of it, he's able to posture up and let down big punches.
He's doing a good job of defending this at the moment.
Rodriguez doing a great job of keeping Brian's back flat to the canvas, because before you can mount any type of offense, you've got to turn yourself to the side, whether it be the right side or the left side. You've got to get more onto your side to start to mount an offense. And as long as Brian's back is flat on that canvas, he's not going to be able to start to get up until he turns one way or the other. He's got that right side underhook, very nice. Now he's got to start scooting his hip out on that right side.
30 seconds remaining in this opening round that started so well for Brian Moore.
Rodriguez doing a good job of having his far side underhook. He's kind of working that shoulder all the way up. Now he put his arm on the other side, so he's looked like he's trying to attack that arm.
He's not really able to do any damage here to Brian Moore. It's not a position Moore is going to want to be in again. He knows that it's there for Rodriguez potentially.
Hey guys, watch spiking elbows even to the body, okay? To the body. Come in.
As he wrote them.
Remember, even to the body. We can't do this to the body, okay? All right, yep. You both did it. Okay, yeah. Back up for me. Stay right there.
We'll move beyond that. And we'll watch round two here.
Fight!
Brian Moore, the local favourite, local legend in those leg gloves here against the dangerous Otto Rodriguez. And this is what Moore wants to do. Use that jab, control the distance, double up the jab if he can as well. This is exactly the game plan of Rodriguez.
Nice load the level penetration shot, kept the drive going, turned the corner, elevated him, took him down.
He's away from the fence at the moment as well.
He's got that one leg locked down. Brian's got to start turning to his side, creating an angle. Don't let his back go flat. Dig in the underhook. You've got to fight for those underhooks. You can't afford to let Rodriguez have the far side underhook. Anytime you give up that far side underhook, you're fighting from behind. There's no real offense you can mount. You've got to get the underhook and start trying to turn yourself to the side and come up on the half guard sweep or come up on a half guard single leg or double leg. Rodriguez trying to set up that side choke. He's got good positioning right here.
12-fight winning streak for Rodriguez. 2 of his previous 3 wins have come by a submission.
That's tight. That's tight. Now that he's beat that leg as well, that's tight.
Has he got it? He has! Rodriguez! Only his second fight in 6.5 years, and he produces a massive win here against the hometown favorite. Of course, the silence in the arena, as you would expect, but he worked hard for that position and he made the most of it.
Yeah, he slowly and systematically got himself to that side choke position. And it all started though with the takedown. He shot in deep on the double leg. He kept his legs moving. The key is sometimes when people shoot in, they stop their movement and their momentum. He kept driving through, elevated, flare the legs out, and then he was already past guard. And once he passed the guard, he got put back into half guard. He finished the rest of the passing of the guard, got to the side control, had the side choke. Nice easy squeeze, waited for the tap. Beautiful job by Otto Rodriguez today. Dominant performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tap comes by way of an arm triangle. Official time, 1:31. Round number 2 for the winner by submission, Otto
Terrific action to come all the way, but first of all, Josh, here's the tail of the tape, and you picked out that reach again.
Yeah, can Kelly use that reach? He's got to keep him on the outside, or he's got to squish the distance and get in tight. But I think he's going to have to keep it on the outside to avoid the big power shots against Zegers.
We'll see. We will see how Kelly deals with Jelle Zegers. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
And for all those that have recently joined us here live in Dublin, Ireland, we welcome you to Bellator 299, where the prelims continue now in the featherweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner, at 5'8", weighing in 145.4 pounds. His professional record 2-2 from Tilburg, the Netherlands, Jelle Barbarius Zegers. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 145.2 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated, 4 victories, no defeats, representing Mobile, Donegal. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland, Dara, the Mobile Kelly. And your referee, Blake Grice.
Stay back. Back behind that line. You're good there. All right, here we go. You ready? Ready? Fight.
So where does the journey go next for the Mobile Mauler, Dara Kelly? Mobile, Inishowen in County Donegal up against the Dutchman here, Jelle Zegers. All action start here from the two of them.
Zegers has got the power. Look for him to just make Kelly. He's going to slip and move, make him pay every time he misses.
Let go with the cage.
Looking for that single leg, and then doing even better.
Like I was saying, Kelly is going to be good on the outside utilizing that reach, or he's going to be all the way in squishing the space. Because if he doesn't squish that space, Zegers has got big power in his hands. And he's super aggressive with it.
Crowd cheer the takedown there from Dara Kelly. We know how dangerous he is on the ground. We know how powerful he is.
Nice transition right to the back of the figure 4. I love what he's doing right here, that half Nelson, shoving Zegers' head between his legs, trying to get him to pop his head up so he can potentially get underneath the chin. There it is.
Pressure right from the start here from Dara Kelly. What about this?
He's got to try to go belly down, try to arch his back a little bit more, get back underneath that chin.
Trying to stretch out Zegers. He's trying to respond. Well, those are hurtful shots from Kelly.
They don't look like much, but it's like putting money in the bank. Put some pennies in there, throw a couple nickels and dimes with a little bit harder shots. They start adding up as the fight goes on. It also opens up the submission attempts.
He's looking for it again here. He's in that position of complete control, and he's got plenty of time here, Kelly. He's trying to set things up as he wants.
Well, Kelly's gonna have to roll him over to the right side because he looks like he's trying to choke him with that right arm. We call that choking on the arm side, so he's gonna have to try to get underneath the chin with that right arm.
There's more money shot in the bank there from Kelly.
That was more of a quarter. Sounded like a 50 cent.
It did. A minute survived here by Jelle Zegers, but that's all he's doing. Trying desperately to survive here.
The what those shots are doing is it's opening up the chin. He's trying to get Zegers to really lift his chin to start defending, trying to hide his head some way, somehow. And then Kelly can go ahead and slip the choke underneath.
See those punch stats, 21 of 26 landed against 5 of 14.
When you're landing at an 80% clip, that means that you're dominating this round or this fight.
By the patience as well of Kelly. And trying not to expend unnecessary energy here, isn't he? Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, but from this position, though, it's all about just hand jockeying. I'm constantly trying to switch my hands, keeping you guessing. You're defending one side, I attack from the other. You defend that side, I attack from the other. And eventually, I'm hoping to get my arm underneath the chin. I'm making you chase it. I'm making you feel like, I've got it, no you don't. I've got it, no you don't. And then you end up eventually getting it under the chin and getting the finish.
Don't put your fingers in his nose. Don't do that.
You hear that warning, don't put your fingers in his nose. He's managed to get to the final 30 seconds of this opening round, and that didn't look that likely. And Kelly achieved this position. But how much damage has Kelly done anyway?
Seconds.
Dominant opening round from the Moville Mauler here.
Stop. And it started off from the takedown. Once he got to the takedown, look how he puts the right knee between, elevates, pulls him away from the fence like we've been talking about all night. And he used that knee to elevate him and his hips up in the air, and he twisted him in the air, put him down on the ground. And then when he gets to the back, he locks in that figure four. And once he's there, he doesn't have to let it go. He just starts letting the shots go. Some of them were worth a penny, some of them were worth a dime. I saw several that were probably a good 50-cent piece.
Hang right there behind that black line. Behind that black line, you're good. Are you ready? Ready? Round two. Fight.
So we know what Dara Kelly is going to be trying to do as we start round two, but he knows as well about the power of Jelle Zegers on his feet. He's very, very dangerous.
That's why I think Kelly needs to stay on the right side.
Did land from Zegers.
That reach is where he needed to keep that range. Pop the jab, circle, get out, pop the jab. Instead, he stood directly in front of him for too long and got hit with a nice clip.
Don't squeeze his throat. You can, there you go.
I wouldn't be surprised if Zegers, once he is able to kind of make space and get free, if he tries to back out and get it back to the feet. It would make sense.
Trying to land another big right hand there. Now he tries to wriggle away from this position. Of course, Kelly wants to try and turn it round and hang on to it.
Well, Kelly's in that deep half. He's going to look to try to come out on that backside and take the back from there. He's got him in the lockdown with the legs. He's got the underhook. So all he's got to do is just keep scooting out on that right side and eventually come up on the back.
One of the great fascinations of this sport, a seemingly dominant position can very, very quickly be turned against you.
There it is. Came back up to the feet, though. He lost the leg, couldn't get to the back, came out to the feet. Now he's in the body lock. Look for him to bounce him, elevate him again, maybe with the knees, and take him down, get him to the top position. There it is again. Right to the back, right to the hooks. Nicely done. He's going to look to solidify that figure four leg lock, or figure four lock around the waist.
And here we are again. This is where Kelly wanted to be.
It was just that one mistake by Zegers. He dropped him, rushed in, got stuck kind of in the deep half position, and now he ended up back on his feet and then lost the position, got taken down, now he's on bottom. This is why I've continued to say it's very important after you hurt someone. Don't rush in. Pick and choose your shots. We saw that earlier with Josh O'Connor. We saw that earlier with some other guys. were fighting. They did great. They did a great job of landing big shots and not rushing in, not smothering their space, putting themselves in jeopardy. And Zegers, that's what he did. He rushed in, put himself in jeopardy, and ended up on bottom.
Well, someone wiser than me once said that only fools rush in, and that's what Zegers has found out here. It's more of the same here. It's more of those cents and dimes and the odd quarter that Josh was describing.
I mean, Kelly's got 5 minutes worth of ground control, and we're only in this fight about 8 minutes. That says a lot. And it's all been from this position here. The takedown right to the back, into the figure four, working for the submission.
Looking forward again there. The point that Josh always makes, of course, is they're not automata here. They will tire. The pressure will tell. Is it telling here from Kelly? Across the jaw rather than the neck, but it can be enough against a tired fighter.
That was a sneaky little move that Kelly did. It was he actually covered his mouth and then lifted the chin with one hand and then tried to slide his arm underneath with the other one. This is a tough position to be in because you know that it's so hard to defend, and you have to roll to the side. The legs are locked, so he can start trying to unlock it with his own leg. He's just not able to do it. Kelly's doing a great job of keeping him right in front of him so he can attack on both sides. With Zegers, he needs to pick a side and defend only that side. He needs to do it from the side that the feet are locked by Kelly. He's not doing that right now, and so that's why he's stuck defending both sides of the neck, because Kelly can attack with the right arm and the left arm from this position.
Zegers lost on debut against Senol Yazici. Rear naked choke, and that was in round 1. The other loss, a unanimous decision. Last time, Kelly felt he was close again there, but only 10 seconds remaining in this second round.
It's okay, it's okay. He didn't mean to.
So our third and final round, Dara Kelly with the red gloves, the Moville Mauler, completely dominant, apart from that mini crisis at the start of round 2.
Fight!
Dropped by Zegers, but recovered very quickly and showed his dominance. And he'll want to do that, and he'll want to try and find a finish as well. He knows that Zegers is dangerous still, on the feet.
This is where Zegers needs to fight the fight right here. And if he ends up in a
right
big
hand
shot,
from Zegers landed again.
Circle off the fence. This is exactly what he needs to do to get this win.
Kelly standing in front of him there, landing an uppercut of his own. Now he shoots.
Kelly needs to pull him away from the fence, lock to the body very nicely. Good. Worked his way up the body into this body lock. There's that lift and that takedown. Same takedown all 3 times.
Fascinating, those moments of jeopardy at the start of rounds 2 and 3 when Zegers started to land those shots. He's got to find a way to extricate himself here, Jelle Zegers. And of course, against someone as good as Dara Kelly, that is a lot easier said than done.
Nice little back elbow there, right there by Zegers. He's got to work on framing that away, start looking to get up on that right arm, get back up to his knees, and then work his way up to his feet. And this is that uncomfortable feeling I keep telling you guys about. Put the forehead under the chin. Make them feel uncomfortable. Let them realize that they have to feel everything when it comes to me passing, when it comes to me putting my knee on their belly. They can't visualize and see it.
get back to his feet. Still, all the pressure here is from Kelly.
Nice takedown, though, by Zegers. The little hip toss, just step between the legs, elevated a little bit, got to the ground.
Can he make it count? This is when he put any kind of dent here in Kelly.
Like he needs to make space and get away. This is where he needs to take this fight, because this is the only way he's going to get this win.
And he didn't need this. He didn't need this. He worked so hard to get back to the feet.
And what the tendency is when you're when you know you're down and you're getting fatigued and tired, you headhunt instead of just putting money in the bank. Touches here and there. Don't load up and just touch him, and the rest will happen.
Fascinating guy, Zegers wants to build, he says, a community farm and live off-grid in the forest. Spends his life helping people, trying to help himself here. As that money in the bank now is starting to tell, Zegers is tiring. Kelly cranks up the pressure again here.
Get stopped. It's going to be close to get stopped. The ref's really taking a close look.
So a couple of looks, hasn't he, Blake Rice? 3 or 4 more shots and he might have to stop this. Now Kelly unloads and gets the win. The brave resistance of Jelle Zegers comes to an end. And the Mobile Mauler moves to 5-0. An exercise, of course, in skill, of course, in toughness, but in patience as well there from Dara Kelly.
It was all about the fight IQ, and the whole fight came down to, in this last round here, was that he waited for him for Zegers to go ahead and hit the big exchanges, and then ducked underneath the big combinations, got to the double leg, the lift, and got to the top pressure, controlled the mount positions, and did work. His fight IQ was on point from the beginning to this fight to the end of the fight. He got hurt in the second round. After he got hurt, he went back to the well, did what he knows he can do best. Came in on the deep path, got back to his feet, got the takedown, dominated the top position.
All smiles from Kelly. He's a good fella, Zegers. Putting more of a dent in him in the celebrations than he did during the fight. But all smiles between the two of them. And you'd watch Zegers again with that power. He's not going to be in too many boring fights. Let's get to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, referee Blake Rice steps in, waves off the contest. Due to unanswered strikes, official time, 3 minutes, 42 seconds into round number 3 for the winner by TKO, Dara, the Mobile Mauler, Queally.
So what's up? Y'all ready to see Johnny retain or what?
He's very humble. He says, I don't necessarily put myself up with the very top of the top of the guys who train in ATT. Where do you put him?
I put him at the top. Everyone puts him at the top besides himself. That's why he works so hard, because he's trying to get there. He's already there. We know it. He just doesn't claim it because he wants to work that much harder. You know, Johnny is a special fighter. I think he's the best 185 fighter in the world, future Hall of Famer. He can do whatever he wants. He's that slick and smooth. He's that good. He's a chameleon. He can do it all.
What do you think about this upcoming fight?
The fight's already done. The moment Fabian signed the contract, it's already over. He already has a loss on his record. He just don't know it yet. And still, Johnny Eblen.
Keeps himself fit. Here is our tale of the tape then. 10 years between them. Josh, take it away on that.
10 years young, but he also trained with his brother Zabit. And Zabit is one of the most phenomenal fighters ever in the world. And he comes from a great camp. He's trained with a lot of top-level competition. There's nothing that Nigel is going to bring to the table that he hasn't seen. So I'm excited to see this young man perform tonight.
He is always entertaining. Let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Here at 3 Arena in Dublin, we've got featherweights once again inside the Bellator cage as we're set for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first the blue corner at 5'9", weighing in 147.8 pounds. His professional record, 17 wins, 6 losses. Introducing Piotr Niedzielski. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'11", weighing in 145.6 pounds. He's undefeated as a professional, 8 victories without a defeat, presenting El-Hassan Sharipov. And in charge, your referee, Mark Goddard.
So Magomed Sharipov with that little smile on his face. Niedzielski will know how good he is. Niedzielski himself, very, very good. Great night on his Bellator debut in Paris against Pedro Carvalho. Good boxing work that won him that fight. He's going to need a bit more than that here against the richly talented El-Hassan Magomed Sharipov, Josh.
Yeah, Hassan is just so explosive. He'll do things that you wouldn't normally think someone would do in a real fight. You might practice it in the practice room, but doing it in a live fight is just something that he's willing to try. It just comes second nature to him. He'll jump off the fence, or he'll do a rolling thunder kick. He'll do whatever it takes. He's very flashy, great side kicks. He mixes it up very well with his hands and his kicks, and he can wrestle and grapple.
Says that he's ready for anything stylistically. He always tells us not to blink, so go on. We're here, eyes wide open, waiting to see what you're going to do.
Snatch single, beautifully done. Pressing Niedzielski to the fence. Jockeying for that position, put his head right there inside the ear hole of Niedzielski. That's controlling him. When you move, I can feel you move. Now I know where you're going. And then he just stepped across the body, bounced him off the fence, and twisted him down. In that top position.
Watch the back of the head. Watch the shots.
Niedzielski staying active.
Watch the back of that head. Don't do it again.
So the warning there from Mark Goddard.
He's holding your wrist. Keep going.
Really just jockeying for position right now. Look for him to try to posture up, lay down some heavy leather, and then maybe pop back down to control the position again. I mean, the guys that he trains with, I mean, Aljamain Sterling, he'll train with Magomedov. You know, they're out of the New Jersey area. They're training there. Plus, when he trains back at home with his brother Zabit, I mean, he's got high-level training partners all across the board. He's only 22 years old at 8-0. Phenomenal, phenomenal fighter.
Strong man though, Niedzielski. Awkward as well. And that inside leg kick. Of course, he's a proud man with a good record, with good wins. He won't want to just be the B-side here. He wants to come here and land shots like that.
That was a nice little switch stance. So he went to fake the kick, and then he brought it right back behind him, almost like a little bit of a Superman punch. Nicely done by Niedzielski. You saw Hassan just kind of give a little smirk, like, you got me.
I was about to comment on that he does have that sort of smile playing across his lips. It must be quite unnerving when you're fighting someone like that.
I always loved to smile when I was fighting. I enjoy what I do. You can tell that a lot of these fighters that are out here, like David Gallon, he loves fighting. It's something we live for. You get out there, there's nothing that's going to compete with it.
He's looking to unload a big left hand there. Magomed Sharapov looks like a man who's being presented with a puzzle here, and it's just trying to find a solution. Look at that knee there, sneakily, Magomed Sharapov.
A lot of it just looks so effortless. It's the way that they transition. You know, he missed his combination. He tried to get in on the double unders, couldn't get it, but he kept his feet moving, driving into him, crushed the space, got the lock, crushed into the fence. Nijelski with a great job of breaking away.
And 20 seconds remain in this opening round. Nijelski's done a pretty good job so far, but he's in there with someone who's just outstanding.
A little thumbs up there to let the ref know, I'm good, don't stop this fight.
There it is again. So round number 2. El-Hassan Magomed Sharapov and Piotr Nijelski, the enigmatic man from Poland. Win against Carvalho. You know, they often say top-level sport. Of course, it's about ability and application and all of those things, but it's about decision-making. He made some really bad decisions against Smullen, and then Eblen do. He could easily, but he could certainly have won those fights. I wouldn't put it past him to put on a big display here. He's got so much ability. Magomed Sharapov needs to be careful, certainly in terms of being active, as Josh was saying.
Yeah, and Nijelski's just got to have a little bit more offense. He's waiting too much for Hassan to get off first. Nice spinning attack right there. You can see that Nijelski's he's afraid to extend himself too much. He's afraid to pull the trigger first. He wants to be that counter puncher.
He's ready to counter, but the problem he's got is that Magomed Sharapov's got so many things in his toolbox. Plenty more offensive weapons.
Circled away from the kick, caught it so he didn't take all the damage and the punishment from the kick, and then swept the outside, the back leg out. Nicely done. Now he's on top of the guard. Now he's got to get busy, though. That first round was close. I mean, I had it for Magomed Sharapov, but it could have went either way.
There's a difference, as you often say, between working in that top position and just being in it. You can't just be in it.
No, you've got to be active. You've got to try to make it active there. So you could say, Nijelski, look, he's going for the guillotine. He puts his arm over the head and it looks like it was guillotine. The last round ended with Magomed Sharapov in the guillotine position.
It's 5 wins via guillotine. Nijelski all night long against Smullen. He was looking for the guillotine and his arms tired and it cost him.
Well, you see Nijelski's corner yelling at him, elbow from the bottom, elbow from the bottom. They're imploring him to just be active.
See, again, he's looking for that familiar position, Nijelski.
You know what happens, right, is that guys that are normally physically strong, they normally have a really good arm and guillotine. Patricio Pitbull, his arm and guillotine is probably one of the best, if not the best in the game. They rely on it as if, like, how power punchers and boxers rely on their big power, and they just let rounds slip away, or they chase the knockout and never get it sometimes. I see that with Nijelski. He did that in one of his fights also, where he kept chasing the guillotine, kept chasing it, and it was never there. So he's got to be cautious and careful of that, of giving up minutes and rounds, potentially losing the fight because of that.
On that subject, though, I tell Roman Debienne to keep chasing that right hand for a while.
Yes.
He's okay.
Well,
He's okay right now.
What he does that's different, though, is that he follows up. He doesn't just throw the 1, maybe the 2. He throws 1 and then 2 and 3 and 4. And one of them, if it lands, puts you out. Nice pass into the top position.
Really smart from Magomed Sharapov.
Oh, he's in that side choke position there. He's got to get his body flat, head closer. Now he wants to put the crown of his head to the crown of Nijelski's, and that'll make it tight.
Look how quickly he's got himself into this position.
Look for him. If Nijelski rolls towards his left, look for Hassan. Oh, he looks like he's about to tap.
He taps. Magomed Sharapov gets it done. He's just Quicksilver.
So the takedown comes off. He catches the leg. Notice how he's circling away from the power. Captures the leg, kicks the back leg out, and puts himself into guard. I think a lot of people try to force that pass sometimes too much. He was okay with throwing himself into the guard. Now, when he gets to this side control position, he has the side choke. Most people like to lay flat. I saw Nijelski start to look like he was gonna roll away, but then he just sucked it in a little bit deeper, gave a nice little squeeze. This is a choke you don't have to squeeze too hard. You just gotta let it set in and it'll eventually come. Great job by Hassan Magomed Sharapov.
Let's get to Michael C. Williams now.
The Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of an arm triangle. Official time, 3 minutes, 58 seconds into round number 2 for the winner. By submission, Hassan Magomed Sharapov.
We are doubling your pleasure, doubling your fun with broadcast teams. Big John McCarthy, Mauro Ranallo here at Cage Side. You are looking at the 3 Arena as we continue with preliminary action. As part of Bellator 299, it culminates with a middleweight championship fight. The undefeated Johnny Eblen defends against #1 contender Fabian Edwards, who is looking to join his older brother Leon as a world champion.
He is looking to join his brother as a world champion. He has a very good chance because he's so talented. He has got incredible speed, big power, long range, a lot of things to deal with. But Johnny Eblen, ooh, look out.
Yeah, Johnny Eblen is yet to lose a round unanimously in his 13 pro fights, has really blended his boxing and wrestling beautifully. It's a captivating showdown. It is your main event for Bellator 299 coming up later tonight on Showtime. And we continue to roll here at the 3 Arena with more action as part of the Bellator 299 preliminary card. And boy, this is a very intriguing matchup between Luka Poklit, who created one of the more unique submissions you will ever see in MMA, the Lukinator, against Roman Faraldo, looking to bounce back from his first defeat.
His very first defeat, but take a look at those records. 9-1 for Luka Poklit. 8-1 for Roman Faraldo. They go at it differently. One's a great grappler, one's the one keeping the stand up. Who's the man that can keep this fight where they want it?
With the official introductions, here is Michael C. Williams.
Tonight here at Bellator 299, the prelims move now to the welterweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing the blue corner. At 6'1", weighing in 170.8 pounds, his professional record, 8 victories, just 1 loss by way of Key West. He fights out of Coconut Creek, Florida, USA, presenting vicious Roman Faraldo. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 169.8 pounds. He too stands near perfect, bringing 9 wins with just 1 loss by way of Moldova. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland. Introducing Luka Poklit. And the referee, Blake Grice.
Poklit on a 9-fight win streak. His only defeat was in his pro debut back in 2012.
All right, here we go. Roman, you ready? Luka, you ready? Fight!
Faraldo, he fights out of American Top Team. He is coming off his first loss. We mentioned that loss to Levan Chokheli, who has quickly become the ATT Hunter. Back-to-back wins over fighters from American Top Team. We'll kick off the main card, John, with Sabah Homasi trying to avenge that.
Another fighter from American Top Team, absolutely.
Against Chokheli.
Roman Faraldo's come out and done exactly what he needs to do in this. Start to establish that beautiful low leg kick. He hits that calf kick hard, and he's already put 2 dents on Poklit's left leg.
Poklit with the, looking for the low single, potential ankle pick. Well scouted by Geraldo, and we mentioned Poclete and the Lucanator. In his last fight, he defeated Oliver Enkamp, who introduced the buggy choke to Bellator MMA.
Well, Luca Poclete is absolutely a killer on the ground. His ground game is vicious, and he's so controlling that you see guys have problems getting away from him. But he's looking a little bit anxious here, and he's a little bit desperate at the beginning off of those 2 low calf kicks.
And we were interested to see how Geraldo would respond. Again, you start your career with 8 consecutive wins, 8 knockouts. Life is beautiful, and then you get taken down both metaphorically and literally right now by Poclete, and yet pretty good start for Geraldo until we'll see how he adjusts to this position against Poclete.
Great start for Geraldo, but this is where Poclete wants to be. But a great job of putting his back up against the cage immediately, because he knows he can use that as a balance point to get himself back to his feet. But Poclete is very adept at moving himself side to side and finding that mistake that someone makes in their defense and putting on incredible submissions. So we'll see how he gets a hold of the position here against Geraldo.
Poclete turned 34 on Thursday. It's called foreshadowing. We're in a bit of a Bellator birthday bonanza this month. We'll tell you more as the evening unfolds. And there's Poclete looking for the guillotine. Is an arm in.
And quickly establishing, grabbing that neck. And when you see Geraldo roll through there, you know that it's tight. It's on right now. That is tight. Geraldo's in trouble. Very simply put, that was not the Lucanator, that's a Darce. But he put it on quick, and he was right on top of him. He never gave space, and that's what you're looking for. Don't
giving you space to make that connection, because very, very much so. A guy who, by the way, he'd been practicing the Lucanator, the modified arm triangle choke, repeatedly. It's not something that spontaneously happens, but Luca Poclete, he is a menace on the mat.
He is a menace on this. It's a great way of looking at it. And he's so calm once he hits the ground. That's his world. He knows, I have got this. And take a look at this on top, just tight as can be. He's got that arm across. That was just a beautiful submission by Luca Poclete. The guy has got game, and man, he is a killer on the ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. The Darce choke ends it. The tap officially 2 minutes, 18 seconds into round number 1. The winner by submission, Luca Poclete.
How do you celebrate turning 34 on Thursday? By delivering yourself a gift and proving to the world you're a submission savant. Luca Poclete, make it 10 wins in a row, his 6th via submission. He's a bad man.
Absolutely. You are looking at a contracted weight most of the time. You're seeing Kieran Clark fight at 135, the bantamweight division. They agreed to fight at 140 pounds. Both came in under that weight like they're supposed to. That's why you see that 139.6 and 139.2.
So Kieran Clark undefeated at 7-0. Grew up here in Ireland, training with SBG Ireland under the tutelage of John Kavanagh. Finally makes his way inside the Bellator MMA cage, where he is welcoming Przemysław Gorney to Bellator MMA. And with the official introductions, here's MC Dub.
Tonight here, Bellator 299, we're set for a feature fight scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds at a contract weight of 140 pounds. And now first, we introduce the blue corner at 5'6", weighing in 139.2 pounds, making his Bellator debut. He brings 5 wins, 3 losses out of Stargard, Poland, presenting Przemysław, the Polish Wolf. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'6", weighing in 139.6 pounds. Tonight, he enters undefeated, 7 professional victories, no losses from Drogheda, County Louth, Ireland. Introducing Kieran rings, the referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Kieran Clark, born and bred in Bellator MMA, all 7 of his fights coming inside this cage. For Przemysław Gournay, it's his Bellator debut, and let's soak up the atmosphere, shall we?
Just a little bit.
Early pressure being put on by Clark. Gournay circling to his left away from the cage, and there's that lead hand battle. Clark doing a good job parrying and setting up that left, which immediately leads to a level change and a takedown attempt by Clark. Beautiful sequence.
Got a beautiful sequence based upon utilizing his hands to close that distance. Don't just shoot blind. Use your hands, put something in front of him, and get the fight to the ground where you do your best work.
First takedown tabulated by Clark, and he'll look to make it count. I was told I'd get to save my voice here in Ireland because the crowd takes over, and I love every second of it. 90,000 at Wembley for the 2017 Boxing Fight of the Year. Could not imagine Anthony Joshua, Vladimir Klitschko, and the Sweet Caroline, and I know it's a tradition here at this venue, which has quickly become a combat sports cathedral.
Absolutely. It is so special to watch fights, especially live here from Dublin at the 3 Arena. It's an amazing, amazing venue.
Amazing start by Clark. Has to watch the up kicks from Gournay.
This really is an amazing start because most of the time, Clark is a slow starter and it takes time for him to build. You know, he's 7-0, Moro, and that's really impressive, but he had over 20 amateur fights, and he had a lot of losses in there, and he just kept getting better and better in building, and now as a pro, he's 7-0.
He's unblemished as a professional. Started boxing at the tender age of 12, took up MMA at 15, and has been a pro now for 4 years. And again, let's not forget, made his professional debut under the bright lights of Bellator MMA. That's how much they saw in terms of potential.
And that's because of all that experience he got as an amateur. He went through the hard times. He didn't just jump in as a pro. He wanted to learn. He did. And now he has been devastating, especially when the fight gets to the ground.
Oh, there's that up kick I warned him about, and it's beautifully executed. Gournay right on the button. Clark is stunned, and Gournay turning the tables midway through the first. Mamma mia, what an up kick. And we saw it coming, John. There was that potential. Clark was dancing with fire. Dancing with Dante's Inferno.
He was jumping in and out, and it was that opportunity. It connected. He's back. You can see that he's back. He's doing the smart thing of trying to hold on.
He's recovered enough to close the guard and try to clear the cobwebs. But this is a position, of course, that Clark is very comfortable and starting to deliver elbows. Beautiful cartwheel escape attempt there by Gournay, who's been studying the likes of Kazushi Sakuraba and Mauricio Shogun, who are doing his homework, John.
Yeah, Gournay just needs to get his hands off of the mat a little bit here. He's utilizing head pressure well. There's a beautiful sweep by Kieran Clark.
Wow, scintillating sweep. What a start to this fight. Both fighters having memorable moments with just over 90 ticks left in the first round.
You saw Kieran Clark snatch that straight arm lock and bring him over with that elevator sweep. That was beautifully done.
Elevator went up and came crashing down for Gournay. A minute 18 now left, and Clark looking to take the back against the fence. Trying to get the hook, has one hook in, looking to rear mount now, John, looking for that rear naked choke. He has one submission win via RNC, and that came in September of last year against Raphael Hudson at Bellator 285.
Gournay's in a position, he just needs to make sure that he's at least controlling one of the hands of Kieran Clark. He cannot allow Kieran to freely move and be able to lock up that rear naked choke that has got him so many wins. Got the figure 4 body lock in now. And here's where, if you're Kieran Clark, you should try to keep him on his stomach. It's more pressure, it makes him work harder, but Kieran Clark is absolutely in control again.
Interesting, we're seeing shades of what could come in the main event, the body triangle and an up kick. Fabian Edwards has employed those two techniques to great style in earning his first world title shot, especially the up kick against his opponent back in 2019, Falco Nito. How many did he take, John, before he finally went down?
It was about 4 of them, man. It was like one after the other, but
fantastic start here to this fight between Kieran Clark and Przemysław Górny.
Here's a replay of that up kick right here. Watch the heel just smash Kieran Clark right in the jaw, puts him back. You see he's in a position to defend himself. He brings his feet up, so that right there is kind of telling you he's still there, but that definitely got him. Here you look at that. Here's the sweep, going for the straight arm lock. Look at that elevator sweep with the leg up. Beautifully done by Kieran Clark. Just absolute textbook.
Ready? Ready? Come on, fight.
Oh, beautiful left hook to kick off round 2 for Górny. Ripped the left hook to the body. And now again, that lead hand battle begins as Górny tries to find the range with a inside low kick and misses with the overhand right. Good feint by Clark.
Clark is in that position. He's really closing and crushing that range on Górny, and you know that he's going to shoot. There you go.
On cue. We're kind of predicting things here tonight, John. Usually I'm Nostradamus. Tonight, not bad.
There you go, man. I'm part of that club. Again, but he was on the ground.
There, good referee right on it.
Hey, up. Go stay in that post right there. Come here, come here. No, come here. Hey, over there. Come here. Doc, come here.
Kieran Clark should definitely take his time here. Watch what occurs more.
Kieran, over here.
He pushes off. Kieran's got his knee on the ground. You see that heel right action, and you see the reaction as it freezes Kieran Clark. I'm not sure that he should actually continue on in the fight. He's going to want to. I know him.
Let's listen.
Sorry? Yeah? Good to go? He's good to go?
One more look at this. Watch. He's an up fighter. Now he's down. That knee's on the ground, and he gets kicked right in the jaw.
Come here.
And you see, look where his arm's at. He is hurt from that shot.
And the point being deducted by referee Brian Miner.
He's kicking your head, okay?
Church bells will be ringing throughout Dublin on Sunday, but for Clark, his bell rung with an illegal kick.
I know you don't speak English. He was a down opponent. He hit him in the head. He can't do that, okay? Okay. All right.
Miner making sure that
you ready?
The Polish Wolf, Górny, is told in Polish that he has to be careful. And there's a good sign of sportsmanship before they renew hostilities here with, man, so much going on in this fight, John, and just a minute has gone by here in the second.
Well, and what I'm trying to express to everyone is Kieran Clark was crushed by that kick. And you could see he was physically hurt by the way he fell, the arm going back. So now, Górny hits him with a slight shot. It could put him out.
Made from that different cloth as he looks for the single leg. Good base by Górny, underhook. But the tenacious Clark digging down deep, wanting to secure the takedown, has taken Górny off his feet, but has him against the fence and delivering some short punches to the body.
You're also looking at a fighter in Górny who's very lucky that Brian Miner only took 1 point. He could have said that was intentional and took 2.
Well, you bring up salient points, John, because I'm receiving text actually from people saying they can't believe that Clark continued after watching the replay.
It's amazing. just shows where his attitude is as far as a fighter.
That the stock here in Ireland, the Fighting Irish for a reason.
Nice knee by Kieran Clark. He's just trying to ride the position, put weight on him, wear Gormy down.
Now you wonder the fact that he would have been...
That was a big knee.
Yeah, another big knee there, but Clark doing what's possible, and in fact in a very advantageous position right now, and there's Gormy forced to go on his back, but now Clark from the half guard working on head and arm up top.
Gorney's in a tight...
And there it is, it's over. So coming back from getting rocked in the face with an illegal kick, Kieran Clark, he sees clearly. He sees another victory. He sees a submission win in front of a partisan crowd. Wow.
There's Clark. Take a look at his arm going flat out. That right arm when he's trying to stop, he flattens out, and then here he comes back. He gets his hooks in, and right away starts to put pressure on Gormy. Makes him move, looking right into that position for the arm triangle. He's got it set, and he just starts to put on the squeeze. And at this point, he doesn't even try to get himself out of the half guard. He knows it's tight, he knows he's got it, and he just continues to keep that squeeze going until he gets the tap.
He is now 8-0 as a pro, 8-0 in Bellator MMA. Half his wins via that form of victory. The tap out, 3 were via rear naked choke. He now records his first arm triangle choke submission. Kieran Clark continues to rise in Bellator MMA. So Kieran Clark proves to be prophetic, predicts a submission win, gets one. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 2 minutes, 52 seconds into round number 2. The arm triangle brings on the tap with the winner by submission, and still undefeated, Kieran Clark.
Kieran Clark is straight savage. Let's go to Big John McCarthy. And there's John Kavanagh. John Kavanagh with the photo bomb.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Kieran Clark. Kieran, many times you have slow starts. You didn't have a slow start in this one, but you made it exciting. He hit you with an up kick one time, and then he hit you with an illegal one. How hurt were you?
To be honest, the second one, I was playing a bit of a poker face there. The second one there was, I didn't forget where I was right now, but I was a bit hurt there. I just played the poker face, but as I said, I have great faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and I just asked him to give me strength, and this is where he showed me character. I want to say thanks to these 2 men here, John Kavanagh. Without him, I wouldn't be here. That's a fact. My brother Darryl Clark, he's been rocking me life. All my support, my gym, SPG Ireland, all my sponsors. The main man, #1.
I want to congratulate you on a beautiful submission win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your own Kieran Clark.
Kieran Clark continues to dazzle with his thrilling performances, and he has definitely staked his position as one of the hottest prospects on the Bellator MMA roster. Kieran Clark is now 8-0 as a pro. The prelims roll on from Dublin, Ireland.
Well, Morrow talked about this at the opening of this, and it's the factor. 39 versus 42. That is an upper age in this, but it's great when you see 2 guys that still are competing at this level at that age, and against each other, the speed is never an equation.
You're used to seeing these ages at heavyweight. These 2 are fighting at middleweight. Let's go to Michael C. Williams.
And we welcome all those joining us tonight live on Virgin Media here in Ireland. Inside 3 Arena Bellator 299 goes now to the middleweight division. Scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, we introduce the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 185.8 pounds, his professional record, 10 wins, 6 losses out of Mount Mellick, Ireland. Relentless Charlie Ward. Across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 185.8 pounds. As a professional, 22 victories, 11 defeats. He fights out of Paris, France. Introducing Gregory Blade Bapé. And your referee, Mark Goddard.
19 of Baben's 22 wins have come inside the distance. And for Charlie Ward training at SBG Ireland, John Kavanagh will definitely be getting more than 10,000 steps just because of tonight's card, because athletes are up and down Bellator 299, and why not? SBG, one of the top gyms on the planet, located here in Dublin. And we get things underway with 2 middleweights.
Charlie Ward even touches gloves hard.
Side kick there, and Ben trying to already attack the foundation Ward, swimming between orthodox and southpaw. And Babin overextends, almost knocked himself off balance with that lead left. And there, the feint, and then clocked Ward with the left, but Ward sitting down now. Ward is rocked, Ward's on his back. Babin is all over Ward with ground and pound.
Well, that's some big shots right there. Nice job by Charlie trying to fight his way through that, but now Babin is in his world. This is exactly where he wants to be. Look at him going for he's got that choke. Nice job by Charlie Ward.
Beautiful job by Ward to explode, but now still caught in the clutches of Babin. Swimming frantically, the guillotine choke. Ward trying to escape. It's over. Gregory Babin continues his torrid pace in Bellator. 5-0 with 5 first-round finishes. And he improves to 23-11 overall, but John, Gregory Babin at 39, he is like fine wine.
This is what I was talking about when we were going over the fights. Is the man goes after submissions. I love the way he attacks. He's relentless. Watch what occurs in this big thing, that beautiful left hand. It kind of stuns Charlie, kind of leans forward, and then he hits that right hand right there. Here comes the left again. Charlie's going down. And this is Babin's world. When he gets in the top position and then starts looking for the submissions, look out. He tried to end it with strikes. That didn't happen. But watch when, here we're going to go over this again. Charlie got hit with a couple of shots. Beautiful right hand was the left hook was the last one that put him on his can. And Babin went after him. But it was the submission game again. That's what ended this fight, and it was his ability to switch. He had the neck, but he didn't have it the proper way. And then when you saw Charlie Ward trying to take him down, he's got the neck again, comes up in the top position. Now he's got a lot of power on that choke. Charlie is stuck. Beautifully done. Look at the leg position on Babin, controlling Charlie's left leg. Fantastic job by Babin.
8 consecutive wins, now 5-0. He's got 5 on it in the Bellator MMA cage. Gregory Babin, the blade is sharper than sharp. An incredible display, the aggression, the ruthlessness, the tenacity. And that is why Gregory Babin is victorious. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end officially. 1 minute, 3 seconds into round number 1. The tap by way of a guillotine. Your winner by submission, Gregory Blade Babin.
No surprise that a fighter from France sent someone to the guillotine. Gregory Blade Babin picks up the submission win. He's going to talk with Big John.
I'm here with your winner, Gregory Babin. That was explosive. You guys were swinging big shots. Both of you took some big shots. You were able to land that left hook that put him down. And then you went after him with the punches. What made you switch to say, no, I'm going after the neck?
First of all, thank you for all my family support me. here. I lost my dad 2 weeks ago, so this victory is for him and all my family. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for your support.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gregory Bebienne.
We were unaware of Gregory Bebienne's personal situation, overcome with emotion after performing at the highest of his abilities, and his father with him for now and forever. And Gregory Bebienne, please accept our deepest condolences and congratulations on going 5-0 in Bellator.
Thanks, guys. In the locker room with Mads Burnell, who tonight fights Daniele Weichel. This is a fight you've been calling for on social media for maybe a few months, maybe a year, but it goes way before that since you wanted to fight this man. How far back and why?
I've been wanting to fight this guy pretty much since I came into Bellator, because in my part of the world, he's kind of a legend. He fought back in my home country back in '04. So I've seen this guy come up, and I always wanted to test myself against him, and he's here. He's kind of a legend from where I'm from, so I got the fight, and I'm happy for that.
We know you've got incredible jiu-jitsu skills and submission skills. We also know you are a fan of Mickey Ward and the likes of James Toney and Arturo Gatti. Does that give us a sense of what kind of fight we can expect tonight in a performance from you?
I don't know, really. I'm going to go out there and take what the fight gives me, and, you know, if it's got to be a stand-up war, then that's what we got to do, and if we end up on the ground, then that's what we do. Like, I'm going to take it as it comes.
We look forward to seeing you inside the cage in Dublin tonight. Thanks, Mads.
Our teletape for this lightweight, 20-5 for Mansour Barnaoui, a man that has won tournaments in other organizations, world champion against the 9-1 J.J. Wilson. Does that experience make a factor in this fight?
Here's Michael C. Williams.
And for all those joining us live on BBC iPlayer throughout the UK, we welcome you to Dublin, Ireland, here inside the 3 Arena. Our prelims move now to the lightweight division. Set for 3 5-minute rounds, introducing the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 156 pounds even, nearly perfect as a professional. 9 victories, just 1 loss. Out of Auckland, New Zealand, JJ, the Maori Kid Wilson. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 155.2 pounds, ranked at number 9. He enters with 20 professional victories, 5 defeats, fighting out of Paris, France, the Afro Samurai, Mansour Barnaoui. And your referee, once again, Mark Goddard.
Barnaoui has won 8 of his last 9 fights. J.J. Wilson returning after a year on the shelf. Said he had a bad neck injury. Has recovered and now working with ATT, looking to make it 2 in a row. Tough assignment against Mansour Barnaoui. And the questions will begin to be answered, John, with the opening of the round. Immediate level change by Wilson. Interesting, trying to take Barnaoui to the mat first, but Barnaoui turning it around, has the body lock employed momentarily.
Barnaoui did a nice job with the jab to get J.J. Wilson to want to get into that clinch, and then he changed it up. This is where Barnaoui does great work. Big time with the elbows and the knees. There comes the knee.
Incredible battle already for positioning. Knee to the midsection by Wilson, creating some distance, but putting all of his weight pressure on Barnaoui. Barnaoui looking to pummel, and again, the level change by Wilson, well defended thus far by Barnaoui, but both expending energy.
And that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm looking right now.
Oh, high amplitude takedown.
Nice takedown by J.J. Wilson. J.J. Wilson really putting a lot of pressure on Barnaoui, but that does express a lot of energy, and he's got to remain calm in the cage.
Wilson growing up in Auckland, New Zealand.
And one of the things that we saw when Barnaoui first came to Bellator against Adam Piccolotti, his ability to make a sweep on a very good black belt like Adam Piccolotti. He did great work. Here you see J.J.
Right
Wilson
to mount.
going to mount. Beautifully done by J.J.
Smooth transition to mount by Wilson. Remember, he used to cut to 145. He's facing one of the bigger lightweights, and maybe there's the case in point. Burnell able to explode, use the fence, and the bigger of the two fighters now in top position. So immediately, Burnell turns the tables on Wilson.
Burnell took that cage and cage walked right over.
A good elbows from the bottom by Wilson, setting up a submission attempt, looking for the triangle.
Not quite there. You can take a look at where his legs are at, but he's got a good position at turning this over. Burnell is not being really choked at this point, but it's in a position where he's got to figure out, how do I get out right now?
In his 5 losses, Burnell has never been finished.
Oh, we saw it when he fought against Brent Primus. It was a back and forth battle.
Speaking of back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. These two are like just going crazy on the ground right
Love
now.
the
Beautiful
scrambling.
scrambles back.
Amen, John. Amen. Great scrambles, high-level technique of what we expected of these two lightweights. Different points of their careers, but in many ways in the same. We had Burnell, much anticipated debut, didn't go the way he wanted, but right now, going to work from the back of J.J. Wilson,
now
who again has recovered from adversity.
Now he's into the figure 4.
Body triangle employed by Burnell. Is he going to look for a twist?
You were looking at that arm. Was he even going to try to bring it behind?
Man, we've seen so much good stuff on the ground so far tonight. Why not?
And this right here is where J.J. Wilson really just wants to stay calm to all this good work he's done, and now he's finding himself with Burnell on his back. Just has got to relax and think of his defense and work his way out of the position. Putting that foot to the ground is the right thing for JJ to do. Now he has to try to turn himself inside of that figure 4.
Well defended by Wilson. The hand grappling, but carrying the weight of Burnell. Burnell delivering some shots from the back to the jaw of Wilson. Wilson delivering some blind back elbows. Now wing blocking. Minute and a half gone in, or left in this opening round. It began with a takedown by Wilson, and now the crank. Good escape again, and Wilson showing initiative, but it leads to Burnell now controlling from his back for the majority of the round.
Burnell has been on the back for a while right now, and the one thing that J.J. Wilson really needs to keep from doing is giving that self where he's putting his face down to the mat.
Under a minute left here in the opening round. Burnell continues to work from the back, employing the body triangle, trying to snake his arm under the chin of Wilson. Wilson defending well and looking to either reverse his fortunes or ride out the round and regroup in the second stanza. 30 seconds left in the first.
Sorry, Burnell real quick trying to go for a short choke there. He just keeps on moving himself back and forth at little things. He's looking for that one mistake by J.J. Wilson.
And Burnell knows a thing or two about rear naked chokes. He has 11 on his resume, but there's the escape. Now into top position goes J.J. Wilson. So Wilson earning some confidence at the end of the round, sending a message here with some ground and pound as the round ends. Good stuff here. What a fight. An intense opening 5 minutes, and Mansour Burnell now opens up with the long jab, and that's the strike that he'll try to possess, John, looking at range, controlling the distance, but Wilson firing back, and now from southpaw stance.
Wilson doing a good job with his stand-up, landing the shots off of Burnell. He's countering those shots.
Beautiful Hardigoshi!
Beautiful Hardigoshi by J.J. Wilson to get the top position. Now we're going to see if he can stay there.
And you have the half butterfly hook in there by Burnell. And again, Burnell, John, a guy who's, you don't want to be on your back, but he's a guy that knows all of the tricks and all of the codes to solve the puzzles. But again, against a guy like Wilson, always have to be on your P's and Q's.
You do, but we saw when he was against Adam Piccolotti, who's a beautiful jiu-jitsu practitioner, black belt, he was able to get the sweeps, and we saw him immediately get the sweep with J.J. Wilson. So this is a great position for J.J. He needs to take his time, and there goes that turning.
The sweep, with beautiful turn, but right into the omoplata by Wilson.
Very nicely done by J.J. Wilson. Still in a position where Burnell can come out in the top, though. JJ's got to try to figure out, how am I going to turn that body over now? He's got the omoplata. Try to stay with it. There you go. You see Burnell starting to step over. JJ's trying to hold that position. And JJ's not going to, I don't believe he's going to try to use this as a submission, but he's going to try to get to the top position.
And you are right on the money, John, as he does exactly that into side control. Wilson with 4 submission wins, 3 rear naked chokes and an armbar, but now controlling from side control on Burnell. So right into the full mount. John, first round we had Burnell in dominant position, and now Wilson. And look at the scrambles, my man.
It's just back and forth. These guys
Where's
are going
the bacon with these scrambles? 2 minutes gone here in the second. And we are seeing a grappling clinic on display by Burnell and Wilson.
JJ in a position for the arm bar. I don't know if he's going to be able to extend enough to put pressure on that arm, but he can always go into that transition, arm bar to triangle. You see, that's what Burnell is doing, locking his arm in there to keep that arm bar from being employed.
His last submission win for Wilson was via armbar, but it was back in January of 2020 against Mario Navarro at Bellator 238. So it's been a while, and here against Burnell. Burnell looking to put pressure on him, try to deliver some maybe slicing elbows across the face of Wilson. Trying to pull that arm out.
He's got it out.
Yeah.
But there you go to that triangle transition.
Dogged determination for JJ Wilson.
And that's exactly what he needs to do, Mauro. He has to continue to put these type of attacks.
Beautiful.
Look at what occurs when you become offensive.
Wow, swivel right into the hooks.
Great move by JJ Wilson. He just absolutely continues to keep being an offensive fighter, looking for his moment.
The BJJ black belt JJ Wilson began training jiu-jitsu 10 years ago. At the age of 16, he's competed in jiu-jitsu tournaments. So when you look at the experience edge for Burnell, Wilson beginning to impose his will more and more on the proceedings, John.
Right now, he's doing a fantastic job of holding position. These guys are, as Josh talking, two ferrets fighting on the ground, just back and forth, rolling through.
And there is another roll through. Now it's Wilson looking for the arm. Well defended by Burnell. Just over a minute left in the second round. And there's elbows from the bottom. More elbow, another elbow from the bottom, and finally Burnell starting to deliver some ground and pound. Not a lot behind the shots, and it's more Wilson delivering these elbows from the bottom, John.
Right now, you're always looking at the person on top's got more power, but Wilson has got more volume coming from the bottom, but he's had the better round. Here he is attacking again. Not really anything there, but he's looking to be offensive, looking to attack, and putting Burnell in a position he's got to defend.
One of the best displays of ground technique in MMA I've seen in a while, John, inside the Bellator MMA cage on both parts. And these two combined 35 professional fights. Neither has ever been finished. Both of them looking for finishes here in what has been a tremendous opening 10 minutes. And it still ends with Burnell on top.
Take a look at that beautiful hard gauche by JJ Wilson, just getting the top position. That was beautifully done. And then lands the elbow right as they settle into position. And then all the offensive attacks, looks for the arm lock here. He's got that extended. You see him going. You see him putting pressure on that. Burnell has to react. He has to give position, and JJ, instead of trying to hold on to a submission that's going to end up being defended, he moves to the top position. That's absolutely high fight IQ by JJ Wilson.
How do you have it after 2 rounds, Mr. McCarthy? And
I have this fight even. I have JJ Wilson winning that second round. I have Burnell, I believe, won the first one, so this is up for grabs. Who wants it more?
And in terms of when you break down the tape, and of course every fight is different, what is the one area you'd like to see each fighter perhaps try to impose more, knowing that that might be smart against their opponent?
I don't think I can ask for anything more from either fighter. They have given everything in this.
Amen.
More on the ground, but it's just been fantastic. Look right now.
Well said.
They're standing right here in the box, just going after each other in the stand-up, and on the ground, it's been incredible.
Oh, nice straight left cross there by Wilson. We've seen limited action in terms of the stand-up, and so here they are now. They go from putting on a ground display, and now they're exchanging strikes in the center of the cage.
Both with beautiful right hands landing.
And there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by Wilson. Has Burnell along the fence. Burnell trying to flash the jab, but it's Wilson picking up momentum and beginning to flow, John.
Beautiful left hook landed by JJ. He's starting to feel that range. You see how he's standing in the pocket.
Got caught with the right hand, but then he counters Burnell with the left and hits him with a kick. Misses with the uppercut, lands the left hand.
But Moro, you can look, Burnell doesn't have the power right now that JJ Wilson is landing with. JJ's landing the bigger shots.
And there's the IQ, John. Level change, takedown secured. Wilson securing the takedown here in the final round. 1.5 minutes gone, and he has the, well, statistical advantage in terms of total strikes thrown and landed, and now 3 for 4 in the takedown department, John. But as we've seen, scrambles have been the story of the fight.
Oh, the ground game has been the predominant positioning of both of these guys, and they both have done just beautiful work on the ground. But right now, JJ Wilson is starting to take over in this fight. He was winning the stand-up, he gets the takedown, now he's in the top position and landing heavy ground and pound.
Burnell used the cage earlier in the fight to sweep, and now in close proximity again with those long limbs, but Wilson putting on the pressure, and again the pace through 10 minutes has been frenetic, and an opportunity here now. Wilson maybe looking for a moment to try to improve position, but being locked down at the moment by Burnell.
Also looking for a moment to grab some air, because they have been going just like what you're talking about.
And
there's
another
that sweep. You can see JJ Wilson looking for the clock to see, oh my God, how much time is left? I just got put on the bottom, I have to attack.
And that again, also IQ. Knowing your spatial awareness, knowing what's going on in all forms of the fight, John.
You know, we talked about, look at, right now you're seeing Burnell with an arm race. He's got that, he had that right arm trapped. But we talked about in the beginning, does the experience of Burnell in all of those fights compared to what JJ Wilson's been in? Here comes the arm attack.
Had the honor of being in Japan for Bushido 6, Luis Acevedo, Luis Firmino, who put on one of the great early grappling clinics in MMA. And John, tonight, these two are serving it up here. 1.5 minutes left in the fight.
Burnell trying to bring this fight back to his domain. Landed some good elbows in that ground and pound attack.
But man, you look at the strikes, the stats here in the third round. Burnell trying to make up for lost time because he's been badly outstriked according to our totals, but trying to make the most of it here, John, with less than a minute remaining in the fight. Wilson still looking for the submission from the bottom. Burnell making the looking to make him pay.
He's looking to land big elbows. Wilson really needs to go after getting himself either in a position to reverse the position or get himself back to his feet. Wow, that's exactly what he's doing right now. You see he's attacking the left arm right now. There's a Kimura grip on the left arm, and he's going after it. Now he's got it open for that arm lock. Beautifully done by JJ Wilson.
Incredible display.
Good defense.
And there's Wilson looking to close the show with less than 30 seconds left. Hyperextending Burnell's arm. Burnell's never been finished. High drama in Dublin. And the
Burnell's trying to use his foot to push those hands off of his arm. It's nasty right there.
Remember Ronda Rousey, Misha Tate, and now it's JJ Wilson. The clock is going to run out. What a fight, and Dublin standing up and cheering. An incredible display of MMA skills, and regardless of who won this fight, both of their stock has skyrocketed here tonight, John.
I don't think there's a doubt of who won that fight.
Badly burned in the past. Let's look at this action.
Here comes when JJ, you see him putting that thumb up. He wants to get the thumb up so he can put pressure in hyperextending. You see Burnell is in pain, and he tries to work. He does kick the head, trying to free those hands. JJ goes back to work, trying to force that thumb up. You see him trying to hyperextend that arm again. It was close, and Burnell put up with a lot of pain to not tap out. That was a beautiful exhibition by both men.
26-year-old JJ Wilson, again, remember we talked about him cutting down to 145, has had weight issues, but a new lease on his life, joining American top team and going move for move, technique for technique, scramble for scramble, sweep for sweep with a guy who is highly credentialed in Mansour Barnaoui. We'll find out who the winner is from Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your three judges in cage side. Ben Cartledge, Dave Peabody, Sal D'Amato. All have it exactly the same at 29-28. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. The Maori Kid, JJ Wilson.
A coming out party for the Maori Kid, JJ Wilson, who just beat a man with more than twice his experience, and he improves to 10-1, and he's standing by with Big John.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner, JJ Wilson. That was an incredible back and forth battle. The ground techniques, the submission attempts, the stand up when you were hitting him up in the third round up against the cage. The best performance of your career. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. First of all, I want to say, Ireland, stand the fuck up, baby, let's go. I'm feeling amazing. American top team has improved my game so much. I want to say a big thank you to King Mo, who wasn't able to come here, but he improved my game. Same as Steve Marco, Diego, and Mike Brown. They've improved me so much.
I talked at the beginning about your confidence level and how confident you were now since you were with ATT and the training and the guys that you were able to go against. How is that making you feel when you step in this cage?
I feel like once I'm in here, like nobody can stop me, you know, because I'm training with the best in the world. And whoever they put me up against here, it's not harder than a Tuesday sparring at the gym, you know.
Taking a look at the man that you just beat, he has been a tournament winner. This guy is phenomenal. He's been a world champion. Who is it you should be facing next in this cage?
You know, if I was in the Grand Prix, I would have been able to fight Mansour first, and next would have been Usman, the champ. So, you know, I'm looking for the top, I'm aiming for the top. Whoever they want to give me the champion, I'm here.
Sounds good to me. Unbelievable performance. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet and give it up for JJ Wilson.
Thanks, guys. Look at this guy, the best dressed man in the building tonight, Aaron Pico. It's almost fight time. You're going to have to get changed pretty soon. How are you feeling about tonight, going up against what many will consider the hometown hero here, Pedro Carvalho?
Yeah, I mean, the butterflies are in formation. I said my prayers. I called my mom. Everything is good. Now I got to go out there and perform. So I feel calm and go out there and do my job.
The closer you get to this title shot, does that bring extra pressure?
Well, yeah, this next fight has nothing to do with the title right now. I'm just solely focused on Pedro, and of course, in my future, I would love to fight for the title, but we're going to focus on the task at hand, and that's to get a victory tonight, then fight for the title, absolutely.
We know how tenacious and talented you are. What gives you the edge tonight?
Well, I think my overall MMA experience is getting good. My cardio, my pressure, my wrestling, my striking. But make no mistake, Pedro is a tough opponent. He's had a lot of fights. And as long as I stay smart and execute my game plan, it's going to be a good night for us.
Today is an extra special day for you. You win tonight, you celebrate, and you also celebrate your birthday. Happy birthday. How will you celebrate?
Honestly, I'm going to go out there and win. And then I want to get home. I want to see my son. I haven't seen him in a few days. So I'll celebrate my birthday, ride some horses with my son, and enjoy this victory.
Sounds terrific. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Arena, Dublin, Ireland, as they salute Peter Queally and John take us through the numbers, the tail of the tape for our final preliminary fight of the night at Bellator 299.
Yeah, and you can take a look at 74.5 to 72. It doesn't seem like much, but Peter Queally's very good at controlling range, and Daniele needs to get inside of that range of Peter Queally.
All right, here with the official introductions, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come at tonight's prelims here at Bellator 299. To close it down, we'll do it with 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 5'7", weighing in 170.2 pounds, his professional record, 11 wins, 5 losses from La Mezzia Terme, Calabria, Italia, Daniele, the cyborg, Miceli. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'10", weighing in 170.2 pounds. The former world title challenger holds 13 professional victories, 8 losses, 1 draw. Proudly fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, Peter, the showstopper, Queally. And your referee in charge, Blake Rice.
So tonight, the 38-year-old Peter Queally wants to remind everyone how good he can be when he's not injured, and he told us when he can actually train. Daniele Miceli is going to try to derail the comeback train of Queally. They touch gloves, and we are underway, the first of 3 rounds in the Bellator welterweight division. And again, John, our job being made easy by the crowd here in Dublin. Oh, immediately Miceli attacking the lead leg of Queally.
Big time kick, but he also brought the second one up. It was just bad timing. I think his toe actually went into the eye of Peter Queally.
Katzengano will not want to be watching
exactly
that.
right.
And she, of course, getting ready to challenge Cyborg at Bellator 300. Oh, here we go, though. Man, what a...
You can watch what happens here. He gets the low kick. Takes Peter Queally off of his feet. It's well done, but then launches that where the toes just scrape by on the left eye of Peter Queally. Now, the one thing that can be done now, Morrow, is the cut man, you see him coming in the cage, he can actually work on that cut now under the unified rules to be able to stop that
flow of blood. As long as how long will they
the 5 minutes of time that he has to take to try to see if he can clear his eye if his eye is affected.
Updates to the unified rules.
This is one of the brand new ones that just occurred, is this update of you can bring a cut man in. Now, obviously, if the doctor stops the fight, there's nothing you're going to do.
Right. Let's see if we can listen to see what the doctor and the cut man might be saying. Peter Queally looks dejected.
He's still through it. He's still through it. No.
I think it's. I don't think he intended to cause that foul. He threw it. I think it was a mistake. I don't think it was an intentional foul. I'm going to go unintentional. All right, guys. This fight's over.
Referee Blake Rice forced to wave off the fight, John.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, it's that Peter Queally can't see out of his eye. His eye is not opening up. You know, they were trying to look at the eye, and they couldn't even open his eye up. So you can't put a fighter back in that's one-eyed based upon, you know, a foul. That Peter Queally is crushed, and I can understand why. But this is what happens sometimes in fighting. Now you can see his eyes open there, but the doctor did not let him go on in the fight. He thinks there's injury to the eye, and that's the right thing for the doctor to do.
And after that incredible entrance, the crowd ready to enjoy a Peter Queally fight. 2 kicks is right, John.
One legal and one not.
One illegal and one slicing across his eye.
And you can see right away.
Yes, Miceli
knew exactly. Oh, I apologize. He stopped. It's just he was going after him. He sees the opportunity, thinks he's starting to get up, and boom, just slices. You know, that happened in UFC 1. If you want to go all the way back, Trent Jenkins put a cut on DeLucia, and Jason DeLucia, and you look and you go, this still happens today, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And we mentioned the Zingano situation and other fights where
Kat Zingano against Megan Anderson,
and not with the kick, but remember Vitor Belfort, Randy Couture, the eyelid, the slice. I mean, injuries happen. Unfortunately, it's cost the fans here the fight, and Peter Queally unable to continue. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, we had a kick to the head of a downed opponent. That illegal strike has been ruled unintentional. Therefore, at the time of 26 seconds into round number 1, we have a no contest.
Saturday, October 19th on ESPN Plus pay-per-view and DAZN worldwide. It's a battle of the giants. The undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Francis Ngannou, makes his historic MMA return against the 6'8" Brazilian titan, Reina the Problema Ferreira. Plus, the GOAT of women's MMA, Chris Cyborg, takes on two-time PFL champ, Larissa Pacheco.
Bellator MMA kicks off the fall season in Dublin, Ireland. A mouth-watering middleweight title fight is the marquee matchup.
Edwards and Eblen going at it already.
Fabian Edwards is a brash British brawler who's quickly climbed the 185 rankings.
What a win for Fabian Edwards!
Now, the assassin has his sights set on building a family legacy and a tradition of titles.
My brother Leon and I, we're just normal brothers, you know. I was very blessed that when I came into the sport, I had a brother like that, that's in the game, achieve what he's achieved, to show me the ropes. When Leon won his world title, he goes to show to everyone, if you keep working hard and put the time into your craft, then it's gonna happen. And I'm in the sport to achieve great shit, and by taking the title from Johnny, we will have the biggest world title in our sports in Birmingham.
As for the reigning champ, Johnny Eblen skyrocketed to the summit.
Johnny Eblen was unstoppable.
As Eblen's win total grows, so does his confidence.
To win the belt is one thing, but to keep it's another thing. I plan on keeping this for years to come. So tonight, I'm gonna fuck Fabian up in every facet of the game. That's what's gonna happen.
A collision course has led both men to tonight's main event. Plus, a featherweight face-off pits the returning Aaron Pico against the local SBG product, Pedro Carvalho. Dublin is ready to provide the big audio dynamite, while the stars are set to shine at Bellator 299. Bellator MMA returns to the enchanting Emerald Isle, where Dublin scenery creates a visual symphony that leaves one in awe. Tonight, a symphony of combat promising awe-inspiring action takes place inside 3 Arena. And Ireland is home to some of the most passionate MMA fans on the planet.
I can't wait for this fight. This is a welterweight matchup, and you're talking about the experience of Sabah Homasi, a guy who is in his prime at 34, big-time knockout power against the young, up-and-coming, dynamite fighter, 26-year-old Levan Chokheli.
It is time for the official introductions. For that, we go to the intergalactic voice of Bellator MMA, Mr. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to 3 Arena in Dublin, Ireland for tonight's Bellator MMA. Live on Showtime. We start by extending a special welcome to the brave men and women serving around the world and joining us on AFN, the American Forces Network. Here at Bellator 299, welterweights lead us off, set for 3 5-minute rounds. We introduce first the blue corner. at 6 foot, weighing in 169.9 pounds. His professional record, 12 wins, just 2 losses, hailing from Tbilisi, Georgia, presenting Levan Chokheli. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 170.2 pounds as a professional. 17 victories, 11 defeats, fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, USA, Sabah, the sleek Sheik Homasi. And when the bell rings, your referee in charge, Brian Miner.
All Bellator MMA fights are done under the unified MMA rules. That means you're under a 10-point must scoring system, meaning that the winner is awarded 10 points with the opponent getting 9 points or less. That is based on effective striking, grappling, then aggressiveness and cage control. Feature bouts are 3 5-minute rounds with our championship, Grand Prix, and main events, all 5 5-minute rounds.
Ready? Ready?
Chokheli has all 9 of his knockout wins in the first round, but the last was 3 years ago. Increased level of opposition for Sabah. Homasi fighting outside the United States for the first time. He thinks his style will endear itself to the boisterous, rambunctious fan base. I got a news alert for Homasi. His style endears himself to anyone, anywhere. He was involved with the 2021 Bellator MMA Fight of the Year with Paul Daly, and then earlier this year, kicking off Bellator MMA on CBS, he and Brennan Ward put in another Fight of the Year candidate. So win or lose, Homasi always puts on a show.
Oh, Homasi is a guy, he knows the power that he possesses, and he just needs to relax in the fight and let the fight come to him. He's good everywhere. It's just sometimes he goes after someone so hard that he gets tired in the fight and they can start to take him apart. He just needs to believe in his conditioning, believe in his power, and let the fight come to him.
He's cut out alcohol, hasn't had a drink for 3 months, says there's more clarity, more mental focus, blocks that high kick from Chokheli, and even though he blocked it, ask Frank Shamrock, my very dear friend, what it's like to block a kick. Your arm can still be broken. Thank you, Kung Lee.
Yeah, that was a nice high kick, well timed by Chokheli. So, and you're right, it was blocked, but it still has an effect.
And there's a high kick by Homasi that landed. And back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore, Kazushi Sakuraba was known as the Gracie Hunter for his success against the first family of BJJ. 4 wins. Well, Chokheli, John, he's looking for his 3rd straight win against a member of ATT, but he gets clobbered with that right hand. Ward well and come back with a shot of his own.
Yeah, he did come back. That was a clubbing shot. It did not land the way that Homasi wanted to, but still, boy, these guys are throwing bombs right now at each other.
Chokheli wanting to solidify himself. And ATT, good kick to the face, and it is over. Lights out. Levan Chokheli just short-circuited the sleek Sheik Sabah Homasi. Knockout of the Year candidate alert.
Unbelievable. Oh, my God. What a shot by Levan Chokheli. That was beautifully timed, straight up the middle. You go back to certain fights. No one has had an impact on their opponent with a front kick as much as I just witnessed from Levan Chokheli.
Your friend Randy Couture might have something to say about that, but
his teeth came out, but this man is still out.
I'm joking with you. That was a sensational, incredible knockout. And here's how it was set up, John.
And now you had to miss, but here comes the connection, and you can see it just puts Homasi to sleep right away. Boom! Look at that, he's out. Just timing and placement right up against the temple. Unbelievable shot. Look at that.
Listen to the sound of the strike. The emphatic thud of foot meeting face. And Levan Chokheli, who turned 27 on October 2nd, he just blew Homasi away like candles on his cake. And guess what, John? That's his 10th knockout victory. All 10 have come in the opening round. He now has 8 in under 1 minute.
Unbelievable.
And of course now our attention turns to Sabah Homasi.
The big thing is let's make sure that Sabah Homasi is okay. He is still on the ground. He got hit with not only the kick, but then that right hand. You could see that he started to posture. That was a big 2 shots that he took.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end suddenly. 1 minute, 51 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, Levan Chokheli.
Levan Chokheli is no joke. Let's go to Big John McCarthy.
I'm here with your winner, Levan Chokheli. That was fast, that was violent, that was absolutely a knockout of the year candidate. How are you feeling at this moment?
Beginning of the finish, I was so happy. I just realized I won by knockout and jump on the cage. And then when I saw my opponent, Sabah, he was so bad. And I'm so sorry for my emotion, guys. I know this is tough sport, but we need to respect each other, and it is what it is.
When we talked, in the fighter meetings we talked, and you had so much respect for not only Sabah Homasi, but the other fighters you had fought from ATT. But this is the 3rd fighter in a row that you have gotten a victory over that comes from ATT. You think they're going to start coming for you?
Next? I don't know, really. I don't think about this right now. But thank you much to ATT. It makes me so strong because they give me a lot. 3 guy, tough guy, and thank you. ATT.
I want to tell you that was an unbelievable knockout. Congratulations on a big win.
I just want to say some Georgian word. მინდა დიდი მადლობა გადაუხადო აღმოსულ ყველა ქართველს. გულში ხარ, მიყვარხარ ძალიან. მინდა მოკითხვა გაუგზავნო საქართველოში ჩემს ოჯახს, ჩემს გულს, ყველას ჩემს გულშემატკივრებს ძალიანად საქართველოს. And big thanks to Dublin.
Big congratulations for your winner, Levan Chokheli.
It is time for our main event. We have Gegard Mousasi going up against Fabian Edwards.
Can Edwards find a way? What a path to glory it could be for him. That's a good left hand from Edwards.
Gegard doesn't look comfortable, while Fabian does. Very nice combination.
That's outstanding from Fabian Edwards. Surely it's his night.
All for the winner by unanimous decision, Fabian, the Assassin Edwards.
A win over Gegard made me the #1 contender and give me a title shot. I think that was my favorite victory over Gegard. I took more pride in that win than knocking out Miceli in the first round. You know, for the last few fights, the mindset is the same, which is by any means necessary. I'm going in there to win, by all costs.
What a win for Fabian Edwards!
Since I got into Bellator, I've said that I'm going to capture that middleweight title, and I'm close. You know what I mean? I'm there. When I look at Johnny Eblen, I see a guy that thinks he's better than what he is, and I think his ego didn't get him stopped. He's a physical fighter. He relies on his cardio, wrestling, mixing things up, and that's it. When me and my coach sit down and watch him, his team and whoever else trying to convince the world that he's better than what he is. When I watch him, I see a lot of holes, you know, and I look forward to taking advantage of that.
Come in! That's my fucking belt!
My brother Leon and I, we're just normal brothers, you know. I was very blessed that when I came into the sport, I had a brother like that that's in the game, achieve what he's achieved, just show me the ropes. To have my brother in my corner, on his shine and stuff, I know there's added passion to that. You can't beat that.
To have a brother to share the journey with, it's an honor for me, it's a privilege for me to be there for him and also for him to be there for me, you know.
When you have a brother that's been the champion, you see everything that it took, and then you look and you go, I can do that.
When Leon won his world title, I was crying. You know what I mean? I'm not a crying person, like, I never cry. My brother's the same, he never shows emotion like that and cry, so to see him go out there and achieve that, I couldn't help but let my emotions out. You better cry when I win that belt, because he knows what it means to me, and obviously I knew what it meant to him.
It's going to be amazing, and I'm 100% kissing winning and bring back the belt to our parents and show them what we've achieved. The Edwards brothers are taking over MMA.
Our teletape for this featherweight matchup, as simple as it gets, 17-5 for Mads Burnell, but look at that, 42-14, the 57th time that Daniel Weichel is stepping inside of an MMA cage. That is incredible.
Here's Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA welcomes those joining us tonight on Virgin Media here in Ireland and on BBC iPlayer throughout the UK as we move now to the featherweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds live on Showtime. We introduce the blue corner at 5'10", weighing in 145.6 pounds. The 56-fight veteran, over a 21-year professional career, has amassed an outstanding record, including 42 victories, 14 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the former 2-time world title challenger from Frankfurt, Germany, Daniel Weichel. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 144.4 pounds, ranked now at number 4. He holds 17 professional victories, 5 losses, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. He hails from Husum, Denmark, presenting Mads Burnell. And your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Set for 3 rounds, Mads Burnell, the slight betting favorite. Daniel Weichel, he has 22 first-round finishes, including 18 subs, although 8 of his previous 9 fights have gone to the judges. The round begins with Weichel looking to establish the jab inside low kick by Burnell, his first attack.
Well, that was a beautiful low calf kick, and Daniel Weichel can't take a lot of those. That one landed as solid as you'll ever see.
Sharp jab splits the guard of Daniel Weichel, and Burnell training in Las Vegas at Extreme Couture under Dennis Davis. In fact, when he was 10 years old, Dennis Davis was on a fight card. And guess who else was fighting? Daniel Weichel. And that's one of the reasons why, as he's talked about, wanted to fight who he considers a legend. And John, when you've had what is now his 57 fights, you're a legend in many ways to make it this long.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. You look at, you say he's got losses, but you got to also figure Daniel Weichel was fighting guys.
Beautiful jab takedown by Weichel. Caught the kick in there, showcases his high IQ and skill set, but Burnell bounces right back up.
Daniel Weichel fought Paul Daly, who is a perennial welterweight at 170 pounds. So he's fought the who's who and gotten wins against guys like Pat Curran, world champions. He's been incredible.
Burnell now putting pressure on Weichel. High peekaboo guard. Man talking to Burnell at the fighter meetings. His knowledge, his respect for the sweet science, and of course a legendary battle between Arturo Gatti and Mickey Ward as he landed a nice short left uppercut as Weichel changing levels, but he goes all the way back to Sugar Ray Robinson. He talks about the fact that, yeah, he wants to showcase his boxing skills, and so far so good against Weichel here in round 1.
Mads Burnell has been very accurate. He's landing big shots on Weichel.
And the calf kick as well to the lead leg,
Absolutely.
which of course will impact his speed, mobility, and power.
He landed a 3-piece just a moment ago.
And there.
Take a look at it. You see Weichel going, but Mads Burnell on the ground, very good. So is Weichel.
So is Weichel
in jiu-jitsu under Dean Thomas.
And with 22 submission wins. And he's looking for it here.
But this is, look at how calm Mads Burnell is. He's just nice and relaxed. Weichel needs to stick with it.
Burnell has been submitted twice, once via guillotine choke. That came against Arnold Allen back in May of 2018, and Weichel threatening with the guillotine.
Mads Burnell has got a beautiful deep half. Weichel going after that choke, but he's not in position because he doesn't have his legs engaged.
You're right, and Burnell looking to take advantage of that, John. Switching positions, looking to pop his head out.
And this is the guy who was talking about jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu. You know, and this is how good he is with it.
He is very
incredible.
Good at Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And I don't think it was, it was more, again, made headlines, didn't it? Got some attention for his fight. 2 minutes left in the first round.
And if you think back to what we were watching, Mads Burnell was being so successful on his feet with that pressure attack. You know, he's now in a great position that he is very good with, but he is dominating all aspects of this fight at this point.
We mentioned it at the top. They're right into, well, side control back to half guard, but mentioned at the top of the telecast, John, featherweight champion Patricio Pitbull on the shelf following surgery. Expected to return in 2024. You know, he'll be watching. And Burnell, both these fighters talk about the respect they have for Patricio Pitbull. And of course, we mentioned Weichel and his past with the champion. And Weichel looked to get back to his feet.
Weichel had 2 fights with Pitbull. One going the distance, one I did where he almost had him out in the first round.
Knee by Weichel as they exchange on their feet. And Burnell is indeed going to the low extremities with the calf kick and mixing it up upstairs, the jab, and going to the body.
But his pressure is starting to have a real effect. Take a look. Daniel Weichel starting to breathe out of his mouth already.
And he's starting to eat a lot of clean shots from Mads Burnell. Weichel launches the knee, misses, and the jab and the forward pressure of Burnell paying dividends.
Mads Burnell just landed the Stockton slap. He's using everything right now.
And Burnell able to avoid that sweeping right hand from Weichel and the knees. And now just marching forward, John, flashing the jab. Goes to the body, rips a left hook to the liver, and another left hook upstairs for Mads Burnell.
Yeah, Mads Burnell is looking fantastic, and he's got a smile on his face, Moro.
Yeah,
he's having fun.
He's in a flow state. The strikes are flowing, but the game, Weichel, the veteran, trying to fight back. Good opening 5 minutes. The bell and round 2, and immediately Mads Burnell takes control of the center of the cage and begins to put the pressure on Weichel, moving laterally as Weichel. And John, you gave it to Burnell, not surprised, but maybe enlighten us on why specifically.
Well, let's be honest with you. They take a look at the shots that were landed. Burnell was landing some clean combinations. He was actually hurting Weichel. Weichel took him to the ground, but he was able to reverse the position, do some damage there, got back to their feet. He just ended up winning all parts of that round except for the takedown.
And sometimes you hear fighters say they're going to do some things and maybe it's just to confuse people, but as you just saw there, Burnell working the body with the left hooks and landing the right hand. So Burnell is indeed looking for a knockout, and if he's looking for a body KO, he's doing the right kind of work.
Mads Burnell, he's taking a page out of George Masvidal's book. He just landed a 2-piece in a soda right there.
Beautiful combination to the beard of Daniel Weichel, and Weichel has been knocked out 5 times.
Yeah, the volume attack that Mads Burnell is going after, and he's eating up that left leg, the lower left leg of Daniel Weichel is getting eaten up. Nice return by Daniel Weichel on the kick.
So Mads Burnell continues to build on what he did in the first round and just clocked Weichel with the 3-punch combination. And John Weichel aided it, still standing. The beard is there, but it's a stout one.
Well, it's a stout one, but you can only take so many of those because they're just adding up, and volume attacks will eventually take over.
Oh yeah, punch resistance will become a huge factor for Daniel Weichel from the younger Mads Burnell, 29-year-old who is looking for just his 2nd KO victory.
That was a nice high kick by Weichel.
Burnell's only KO win came against Darko Banovic. That was at Bellator 248 back in October of 2020 in France. So Burnell looking for his 2nd KO. Your pure end. Oh, wow.
Just beautiful punch combinations by Mads, and he's just pressuring Weichel to where Weichel, you can see, he's breathing out of his mouth.
And yet Weichel is in there in the pocket as well, not looking to change levels, trying to bring the fight to the ground. Spinning back elbow by Weichel, and there's a horizontal, and Weichel mixing it up with elbow strikes, trying to find a way to start to do damage on Burnell.
Weichel looking a little Anderson Silva-like with some of those elbows.
Crisp Creative and beautiful combinations by Burnell, stringing together beautiful punch sequences. Weichel's hands are low.
He's working hard right now.
Right hand to the ear by Burnell. Right uppercut to the jaw of Weichel by Burnell. Just over 2 minutes left in the second. Weichel looking to violently end this fight.
Another nice spinning elbow by Weichel, but he's really trying to slow down what Mads Burnell's doing, and he just doesn't have the power on his shots.
And Burnell putting together everything in combination, John. Always throwing at least 2-3 punches. Never pot-shotting, never single-shotting. Mixing up his attack. Punch placement, punch diversity. Mads Burnell having a tremendous fight thus far.
And you can see, look at him just flick out the jab. He's just flicking his hand out, not trying to really snap it, but then coming with a beautiful right.
And here comes Weichel with another spinning back elbow. Burnell, a big boxing fan, knows how to blend it together and really starting to use it well, but has to be aware of that takedown attempt and was able to stave off that attack by Weichel. A minute left in the round.
Daniel Weichel doing everything he can to just slow down the pressure that he's getting from Mads, and he just hasn't figured out the way because the power is not hurting Mads, and you got to have power to make someone respect, not just walking forward.
And the fact that Weichel's not moving off the center line and giving Mads Burnell the type of fight he desires, not only is it good for the audience, but very good for Mads Burnell.
And that's the one thing that you're really looking at with Mads. Watch Mads move his head right off the center line. He'll come, there he goes again, right off the center line, throws the shot. Every time that he decides to dip inside, you're going to see that head slipping off just a little bit to one side or the other. Beautiful attack to the body.
Extreme Couture, of course, riding high these days, and Mads Burnell riding high after a solid 10 minutes of striking prowess, just like that, and then Weichel, just like that, goes for the head kick. What a clinic by Mads Burnell.
Mads Burnell, look at, he's just utilizing that left hand just as a measuring gap. Boom, beautiful left-right combination. Tries to come back, hooks. Everything is working for Mads Burnell here. He is looking fantastic.
And look at his vision, John. Yeah. His eyes, and the instincts.
And look at how he just continues to place himself right in the range for those shots to land.
Just and high guard.
Here comes Weichel. You see him trying to utilize elbows on both of those. Comes with the back elbow a la Anderson Silva. That's a great attempt. And there goes body head by Mads Burnell. A volume attack like the Diaz brothers is hard to deal with.
Well, and it shows how wily Weichel is, though, in terms of getting an attack like he is, and still looking, still searching, trying to mix things up, always using his experience and trying to find a way. But now he'll have to really dig deep after being subjected to the striking proficiency of Mads Burnell. And again, John, round 3, Burnell just walks forward and puts Weichel on the back foot, and he talked about that in the fighter meeting. Burnell telling us that, you know, Weichel, of course, doesn't like to fight moving backwards. Not great off his back foot, and he feels that he overreacts to feints.
Well, most fighters don't like fighting off their back foot.
Well, not necessarily, though.
Most fighters are not real good at fighting off their back foot. But Daniel Weichel, the one thing when you're looking, it's also more exhausting to fight going backwards.
He may have been studying too much boxing when he said that,
John. Oh, beautiful elbows. That was definitely not boxing by Mads Burnell. 2 landed right elbows.
And there's the knee by Weichel. So Weichel trying to showcase the elbows and the knees. Mads Burnell utilizing the sweet science and now trying to work the jab, trying to cut off Weichel from getting too far away, goes downstairs.
Well, Mads definitely has a boxing-centric stand-up style, but he'll throw those low kicks to the calf.
And there's an elbow as well. Yep. Mixed martial arts, and what a night it has been here in Dublin, Ireland, as the elbows, the advantage belongs to Weichel, but overall it's a huge lead for Mads Burnell in terms of total strikes landed. He is at more than a 2-to-1 clip.
And the real thing when you're looking, he has Weichel a little bit confused on when he's going to throw hard, because he's not throwing everything hard.
And that's also smart, mixing up the rhythm, the timing.
And that's exactly what it does. And it makes you, as an opponent, you think, I'm going to do it, and all of a sudden you're getting hit with a hard shot.
And the one thing Weichel told us he had to do was to break Burnell's rhythm. Meanwhile, Burnell's trying to break his face. And so is Weichel with the elbow.
You know, you got to handle Daniel Weichel is staying tough in this fight. He is still looking for a way to land the shot that's going to just change this momentum.
2 elbows landed in close, and wow, beautiful elbow combination by Burnell. Burnell, of course, from Denmark, and hats off to Martin Kampmann and the road he paved for future mixed martial artists from that country. But we have to talk about Extreme Couture and Dennis Davis and the work that he has done with Burnell. Burnell lives with Davis when he's in Las Vegas, so it's more than just a trainer-fighter relationship.
Oh, yeah, they've become big-time friends. And you look at that, he trusts everything that Dennis is doing now. And he believes in the attacks, and he believes in the game plans. And that's everything. When you have that kind of confidence going into a fight that I can do these things, and they're going to work, and then you go out there and they're working, it's just adding on to everything. And again, see in this position, Mads Burnell very dominant at the top as far as he's got great base, great body positioning, very difficult for you to elevate and get the reversal.
Burnell ran into 2 roadblocks. His first losing streak came against Adam Boric. Pedro Carvalho talked about the obstacles he had to overcome, not only outside of the cage, but inside the cage, and then rebounded with a win over Justin Gonzalez, but really putting it all together in this fight tonight against Daniel Weichel with just over 1.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and really putting it all together because, you know, now his weight cuts are done in a smart fashion.
He hired a nutritionist, a nutritionist to help manage
one of
water
those
loads.
nutritionists, there you go. But that's a huge effect because when you feel good and you have energy, you can fight up. Looking for that arm triangle, not quite there. Lot of pressure right there. When you see Mads putting his arms together and using his shoulder, a lot of shoulder pressure. You're not breathing well if you're Weichel.
Final minute of what has been a masterful performance by Mads Burnell in all facets of MMA. Huge edge in the striking, now positional control. Looking to ride out here with 45 seconds left in the fight.
And you see Weichel trying to get to his side here. All that's good work. It's just that Mads Burnell is so good at understanding base and balance. He's going to shove him right back onto the canvas. Looking for the arm triangle. Now, let's go of it. Just a beautiful performance overall by Mads Burnell, both in the stand-up and on the ground.
His dream is to have memorable action fights. Well, Daniel Weichel obliged for the most part, and it was a memorable night for the number 4 ranked Mads Burnell.
Take a look at some of these combinations by Mads Burnell. He just looked fantastic. You know, and you got to give it up. Weichel he's always looking for that moment. That spinning elbow attack, all the things, but here comes Mads Burnell landing elbows inside, the low kicks that he was landing, everything just working for Mads Burnell.
All right, let's go to Michael C. Williams for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first, Ben Cartledge, scores the fight 29-28, while judges Sal D'Amato and Ron McCarthy both see it the same, 30-27. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Mads Burnell.
Mads Burnell displaying a mad talent as he picks up a big win over Daniel Weichel, and wow, the gloves are already in the center of the cage. Let's go to Big John McCarthy for breaking news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Mads Burnell. Mads, that was a beautiful performance. You put pressure, you put volume, beautiful reversals. How are you feeling fighting someone that was kind of a hero to you at one point?
It's a freaking honor fighting Daniel. I've been looking up to this guy since I was kind of like 10, 12 years old, since he fought in my home country, so it's an honor fighting him. And then I want to thank the man upstairs for blessing me with a arm like a damn rocket and a slung like a Burmese python and a mind of a freaking scientist. And third or second of all, if you meet me at the bar, all you lads out there, drinks is on me, because you got, hey, I'm not done. I'm not done. Because all you dudes out there, you need to be drunk year round, because all your out here is ugly as
I think you just made a big mistake by offering drinks to him, but look, that performance was special. Who is it that you're looking at as your next opponent?
The next opponent is a little lady back home, which I want to blow her back into absolute pieces, so I hope I have my insurance in order, because it has to fix that, man.
All right, brother, congratulations on a beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the gloves are on the ground, and I am here with Daniel Weichel. Daniel, you have had a remarkable career. This is your 21st year as a professional MMA fighter. You have had 57 professional fights, and you have fought the very best. You fought an incredible fight that I was lucky enough to be able to ref against Pitbull, where you almost won the featherweight title on that night. You have to be proud of everything that you've done in this sport.
Thank you, John. First of all, I want to thank everybody here in the arena for the amazing atmosphere, the amazing support you give us as fighters. And I can just speak for myself, for my career, and I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I love you all. I want to say thank you to my family, to my wife, who supported me all these years. I want to say thank you to my team, MMA Spirit, especially to Niels, who's been with me since the very beginning, and also here, Max with me, my friends who've been on this journey with me through ups and downs. I just want to say I love you all and thank you for this experience that I could make here in this cage. Thank you.
Congratulations on a fantastic career. You have been the ultimate professional. You represent this sport well. Ladies and gentlemen, please get on your feet and give it up for Daniel Weichel.
Taking a look at the career of Daniel Weichel, spanning 21 years, 57 fights, so close to 60 fights there, a 42-15 record, 28 finishes.
Our tape for this World Grand This fight we're looking at right here in the featherweight division. 9-5 for Sinead Kavanagh. 4-0 undefeated for Sara Collins, and on the rise. Can Kavanagh get another win here in this building?
Here is Michael C. Williams.
Live on Showtime, Bellator MMA stays right here in the featherweight division for a feature fight scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. We start by introducing the blue corner at 5'7", weighing in 145.3 pounds. Just off an impressive round 1 submission victory in her Bellator debut, she enters, now ranked at number 6, as an undefeated professional. 4 wins, no losses, out of Melbourne, Australia, Sara Collins. Across the cage, her adversary out of the red corner at 5'7", weighing in 145.8 pounds. The former world title challenger as a professional stands with 9 victories, 5 defeats, currently ranked at number 4. She hails from and proudly represents Dublin, Ireland. Introducing Sinead Pedro. In charge, your referee, Blake Price.
Sinead Kavanagh started training at SBG Ireland under John Kavanagh when she was 28 after she says boxing, quote-unquote, broke her. And when you ask Kavanagh about her trainer, John Kavanagh, she says he has been everything to her career. He says she's all about grit, determination, and a warrior. Her warrior spirit about to be on display against Sara Collins, who knows she's in hostile territory, but it comes across as calm, cool, and very collected, except when she explodes, utilizing those judo techniques. Sharp jab from the southpaw Collins that popped Kavanagh in the face. This is where Kavanagh wants to avoid being against the fence against someone like Collins. Collins said, hey, I'd love for her to be against the fence all day, set up my takedowns and my throws. Absolutely. When you're taking a look at Kavanagh, she wants to be inside of that black circle. You're inside of that black circle, you're in a position where you can have room to move and get yourself out of any dangerous position or attack as far as taking to the ground. And Kavanagh's proven that she's more than willing to eat a few shots in order to land her own. Kavanagh's always shown, and she did that when she fought Chris Cyborg and decided, I'm going to plant my feet and we're going to see who's going to knock who out. She'll swing with anyone. Collins is the one. She's getting better and better with the stand-up, having a little bit more belief in it. And as she gets confident in her stand-up against Sinead, because Sinead can't do any damage to her, that's going to be a bad move or bad night for Sinead Kavanagh. Kavanagh's success in terms of her power always shows up early, like most fighters. 3 of her 4 KOs have come in the opening round. A rather tentative start here. And you can see that Sinead Kavanagh right now, she's looking for that right uppercut. She's waiting for Sara Collins to lower her head for a takedown, and she's going to come with that right uppercut. And Kavanagh bounced back admirably from her unsuccessful attempt to dethrone Chris Cyborg. Back-to-back wins against Leah McCourt and Janae Harding. And she's had, of course, injuries to her leg, and that was very evident against Leah McCourt. That was a beautiful display of just guts. Well, the grit, determination, the warrior spirit that Kavanagh talks about. John Kavanagh, no relation. Although they have a familiar relation with them. You know, when you train at SPG, you are family. And that's right. And that goes for all gyms. It's interesting what the sport of MMA, how you make your living, how you apply your craft, and yet those incredible relations that are forged through fire. Well, there's a brotherhood and a sisterhood that just happens by being in that building, sweating, bleeding, you know, having days that are good and having days that are bad. You build a bond. And Kavanagh, when she challenged Chris Cyborg, one of the things, if you look at both women here, they're playing the foot game as far as they're trying to keep their lead foot to the outside. That's why you're seeing that push. Under 90 seconds left in the first round. Collins yet to initiate any sort of takedown attempt, or not even, and again, cognizant of the fact that Kavanagh's got power like that. You don't want to rush in or crush space, but Collins unable to really close the distance here against Kavanagh, even though she's putting pressure on her. She's putting pressure on her, but you got to also look and say, you're going to have to do more. Yes. Because you're going to end up losing a round. It's a close round because neither lady is able to do a lot in it. And Kavanagh caught the more eye-catching shot. Done. Yes. Whatever damage has been done has been done by Kavanagh. More by Kavanagh. Half minute remaining in the opening 5 minutes.
Collins trains at Resilience Training Center. You mentioned her trainer, Daniele. We mentioned John Kavanagh, the busy night he's having here in the hometown of Dublin, SBG. Nice. Straight blast gym, and that's what Sinead Kavanagh likes to do, is straight blast her opponents. Tactical first 5 minutes is in the book.
We need a little bit more action, you understand? Let's engage, let's fight. Back up here, back. Here we go, fight!
The instructions from Mr. Referee Blake Rice. Your thoughts on, hey, it was Kobe Shimada's, the old Japanese version of action, but a little less dramatic.
Both women need to step it up. Both need to get a little bit more active. Throwing shots like that, continue on. Obviously, Kavanagh is in a position where she wants to land the shot that hurts, but she doesn't want to get in a position where she gets out of position and either where Sarah Collins can take her down.
Before I get flamed on social media, which I'm not a part of anymore, Yuji Shimada, let me correct my own mistakes.
I didn't say anything.
I think I conflated Yuji Shimada and Tobi Yamada with that.
I think so.
And of course, Tobi Yamada, you talk about a Bellator highlight for the ages. George Masvidal.
Inverted triangle.
A minute gone here in the second round.
Sinead needs to do as far as landing her shots, she needs to believe in her footwork. Don't just lean. Start to slide your feet in on those shots so you have balance, so you're able to respond if she does come into you. And for Sarah Collins, she needs to start using her hands to set up the takedown. Let her hands go. Start to move your feet also. Get your hands moving forward and then drop levels or come into the body.
There was a good 1-2 down the middle by Sinead Kavanagh, but both of them have to ratchet up the offense with 2 minutes gone here in the second.
Yeah, right.
Lead hand battle going on.
That was a nice clean kick to the body and it affected Kavanagh. You can see she did not like it.
Collins landed 7 strikes in round 1 compared to 6 for Kavanagh here with, well, the midway point of the round coming up upon us. Collins leads 6-3. Offense at a premium. Midway through the second and the fight. Body kick by Collins. And Collins now crashes the space momentarily, but again, very cognizant of the power of Kavanagh. But yes, that body kick took the wind out of Kavanagh's sails momentarily, still trying to walk it off, John.
Yeah, she needs to go right back at it.
Inside low kick by Collins. Kavanagh wants to fight at range, feinting. Collins flashes the rear front kick. Speaking of front kicks, earlier tonight, knockout of the year alert from Levan, Chokheli, and what he did to Sabah Homasi, and we want to wish Sabah Homasi all the best.
See, and there was a nice counter. Good job by Kavanagh to initiate, but a good counter strike by Collins. But she needs to continue to go. Once you've hurt someone to the body, Mauro, you know it is not easy to take body shots from that point.
And it's not easy to take calf kicks at any time. Kavanagh just took one. We've been told that Sabah Homasi has been taken to a local hospital for a medical checkup. Was able to leave the building of his own volition after that devastating first-round knockout loss earlier tonight to kick off Bellator 299's main card against Levan. Chokheli. Final minute here in the second round, John. And the numbers, well, they're putrid.
The numbers are not good, but the action is starting to change, and you're seeing Collins start to take over with the effect that she had on that body attack, Kavanagh is reluctant to exchange. She's trying to keep it at distance, but her shots are missing.
Half minute left. Kavanagh darts in, lands a straight right to the face of Collins. Collins with an inside low kick to the lead leg of Kavanagh. The best strike of the fight, that body kick by Collins to Kavanagh earlier in the round. Final 15 seconds in the second stanza.
She should use that front teep to the body at will.
And you're talking about Collins when you're saying that.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, I should have said that.
Daniel Kelly, and I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about this, John. Let's go through the action.
And you can see on these kicks, right there, you can see the reaction. But here, the second one is the one that I really think, oh, you can see it.
Toe.
Take a look. That was the toes going into the solar plexus. Oh, that bothered her big time. You can see it.
Third and final round in the women's featherweight division between Sinead Kavanagh, the red gloves from Ireland, and Sara Collins, blue gloves from Australia. Collins undefeated at 4-0. Something's got to give here in the final 5 minutes, according to Big John McCarthy's unofficial scorecard. The fight hangs in the balance.
It could be 2-0 for Collins, possibly. I think that the second round absolutely went to Collins, and the first round gave Kavanagh, but it was so close. But both women should be looking at, I need to win this round.
Well, Collins has told us she loves competition. This is what drives her to work day in and day out. She wants to make sure that work pays off, and they need to go to work here in the third and final round.
And Collins is actually doing a good job with her counter. She's counter-striking here, and she's landing, while Kavanagh is trying to land at distance, and her shots are missing the mark.
Not one takedown attempt in this fight.
There was a left hook landed by Kavanagh.
And Collins now 2-1 in terms of strikes landed. The advantage over the striker, Sinead KO Kavanagh. There's a kick to the leg by Collins. There's a tentativeness on Kavanagh. Trying to feint, trying to find a way in, lands the right hand. Good counter right from Collins.
Yeah, I mean, there's a tenderness on both.
But there seems to be more.
Kavanagh doesn't want to get into a grappling situation. And Collins is doing good with her striking as far as the counters, but she's not initiating a lot. That front kick right there. She should do that at will because Kavanagh does not want to take her down. Clean right hook by Collins.
And again, stats are unofficial, but right now Collins leads Kavanagh 18-0 in terms of total kicks landed. And they begin to take their toll.
But take a look at the left leg, that lead leg of Kavanagh. It's red and it's puffy. She's taking some abuse on that leg. There it goes back to it.
Now Collins trying to bounce up and down, trying to find the rhythm again. The southpaw with the left kick to the body. Kavanagh, lead hand, takes another shot to the lead leg.
Collins should be utilizing that kick to the body just often. You can't do it too much, but you got to continue to go back. It's having an effect.
There's a right hand by Kavanagh. Again, the by Collins from the lead leg, or rear leg. Under 2 minutes left in this fight. Collins making the trip from Australia. Her brother Michael getting married in Tuscany, Italy in 3 weeks. We heard from Amanda saying that Collins currently studying at university to become a midwife and hoping to deliver another big win here tonight. Looking to go 2-0 under the Bellator MMA banner against a former featherweight title challenger in hometown favorite Sinead Kavanagh.
Kavanagh able to land a right hand just a moment ago, but not enough volume from her. She's trying to find that one big shot. She's got to open up a little bit more, which she looks looks like she's trying to do.
And Collins is trying to make sure she's ready to counter and has done a good job. Under a minute now. Left in the fight. There's Kavanagh with the right hand as Collins went downstairs with it. And the crowd here in Dublin trying to rally Sinead KO Kavanagh to victory.
But you saw just on that feint by Collins, you saw so much movement as she just chambered that kick. Look at Kavanagh. You just saw her do it again. She's moving back, so you can tell it's had a big effect on her. Taking some abuse. Well, take a look at her left lead leg now. Inside and outside.
Looks like a stained glass window in one of the local churches here in Dublin, Ireland, and will take maybe Debienne while it's over. Sara Collins appears to have done enough to pick up her second win in the Bellator cage, but it will be up to the 3 judges at cage side to determine the winner, John. Now, what say you on your unofficial scorecard?
Unofficially, I have Sara Collins winning that fight, 29-28.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, David Peabody, scores the fight 29-28. He sees it for Kavanagh. Your second judge, Ron McCarthy, 29-28, scoring the fight for Collins. Your third and final judge at cage side, Sal D'Amato, 29-28, seeing it for the winner by split decision, Sara Collins.
Some high drama when the scores are being announced, but Sara Collins, hey, sheepishly accepts a big victory, and she's now 2-0 in Bellator, 5-0 overall, sending Sinead Kavanagh to her 6th defeat, and that ends Kavanagh's 2-fight winning streak, John.
When I look at the featherweight division in Bellator, I see tough guys that are just craving to be the best, but when you're fighting Aaron Pico, I'm gonna come like a tank and I'm gonna look to maul you. I knock guys unconscious, choke guys out. The whole division is on notice and know that Aaron Pico is coming.
I'm not only the future, I'm the present.
And Carvalho looking for it again. There's a tap.
I will dominate him.
Pedro Carvalho.
He's not getting out of here. I'm taking his head off.
Take a look at that. There's really, these guys are so equal everywhere. The height is the only real difference. 5'8" to 5'11". The reach is exactly the same. The weight is almost there. These guys match up so well. So does that height make a difference? We're gonna find out.
Here is Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA now presents tonight's co-main event, 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Live on Showtime, we introduce first the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 145.6 pounds, the former title challenger now with the number 5 ranking brings a professional record with 13 wins, 7 losses, hailing from Guimarães, Portugal. He fights out of Dublin, Ireland, presenting the game, Pedro Carvalho. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in.
All right, unfortunately, Michael C. Williams' microphone having some difficulty. Referee Blake Rice getting ready to start this co-feature. The mic went out
will one of these fighters go out on their shield here tonight? Both of them eager to get it on, as Big John McCarthy would say. And here we go, John. And oh man, I missed the prediction. He was too fast. Carvalho starts every fight with a low kick.
We talked about it. He came out and did it.
Oh, and there already the power of Pico's left hand on display, blasting into the body of Carvalho, who's already pinned along the fence, and an elbow by Pico.
But a very smart start by Carvalho as far as those leg kicks. You got to work at just breaking someone like Pico down.
All over Carvalho in the opening minute. Carvalho's tasted his power, and now he has to carry his weight on his back as Pico looks to neutralize Carvalho along the fence.
One of the things that Aaron Pico knows about Carvalho, he's very good at getting himself to the cage and getting himself back to his feet. I don't think you're going to see Aaron using a lot of energy trying to keep him down.
And Carvalho
he's going to let him go.
Doing a lot of what Emmanuel Rodriguez was able to do as well. Maybe the best strategy against a guy like Pico. Pico changes levers quickly, takes the back of Carvalho. Doesn't have the hooks in yet. Just controlling with 3:45 left in the first.
There goes Carvalho working himself right to that cage. He does it very well. It's effective for him.
Pico said that the biggest thing he worked on in this camp is his mentality. Read some good books just to slow the fight down, be in the moment. That's the biggest thing, he said. He feels, well, anyone who's seen him knows he has the skills to potentially be a champion, but you need to put it all together, and John, so far, he's done just that with 3 takedowns here in round 1.
3 takedowns in 3 attempts, and he's landed some beautiful body shots. So the body shots are something that they're going to add up. That will take the gas tank, and a big gas tank that Carvalho does have, and it's going to punch some holes in it.
Pico and Carvalho separate. Pico with the jab. This is with the right, and man, Pico throws the right uppercut, knocks Carvalho down. Pico immediately on the attack.
Carvalho definitely got rocked by that. He's doing a nice job of defending himself right now.
And I was just about to say, Pico's won 7 of his last 8 fights. The lone defeat, the result of that shoulder injury suffered against Jeremy Kennedy last October. But it's because Pico throws so hard, he threw his shoulder out against Kennedy when he missed the punch.
Actually dislocated his left shoulder by throwing a big hook. Carvalho's opened up now a little bit here.
And the can opener as well, but you're right, the face already showing the effects of this. Elbow attack and ground and pound with authority from Pico.
Pedro's he's in trouble. He's hurt. This is over.
Fight back, we're done, we're done. Aaron Pico pummels Pedro Carvalho. Happy 27th birthday as Aaron Pico improves to 12-4 and records. Oh man, Carvalho having difficulty standing, but Pico records his 8th knockout victory, and John, that's his 6th first-round finish. He continues to grow, and he continues to grow and celebrate there with his father and everything that they have been through. This kid was a prodigy from day one, John. 1 win away from the Olympics as a wrestler. Golden Gloves boxing champion. It's been well documented, but now it gets real. Aaron Pico, 27, on the cusp of a championship opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. Look at this beautiful right uppercut. Lands on the chin of Pedro Carvalho, and then a beautiful right hand to follow it. He was thinking about going for the choke and then decided, nope, I'm just going to start to use some ground and pound. And he goes after Pedro. Pedro tries to go to his back to defend himself, but you're going to see after this little exchange here, he gets hit with a shot that hurts him bad. These elbows inside start to tear Pedro Carvalho up. Well placed, actually heavy with using the gravity and the weight. And here comes that finish. And you can see right now he's hurt, and he's starting to look at his hand sticking up. His head starts to droop down. Pedro Carvalho has been hit too many times. That is a man that needs to have the referee stop the fight. Finally, Blake Rice comes in and puts an end to this fight, but Pedro Carvalho fighting with everything that he has.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 3 minutes, 5 seconds into round number 1. He now has 12 victories. The fighter out of Whittier, California, by way of Albuquerque, New Mexico. He is the winner by knockout, Aaron Pico.
Nice show of respect to Pedro Carvalho, local.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
We both got down on second position. And I watched you come back.
Yeah.
And you were playing, and they gave me strength.
Yes, sir, brother. I'm always here. We'll get some good training. Keep your head up.
Nothing like R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Bravo, Carvalho. Bravo, Aaron Pico. He's going to speak to Big John.
I'm here with the winner, Aaron Pico. Aaron, you came out here with a vengeance. You had something to prove. You had the fight to put your shoulder back. You were able to get that win. What did you want to prove against a top-notch fighter like Pedro Carvalho in here tonight?
Well, to be honest with you, I've been wanting to fight the top guys, and it's been very, very difficult. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to Pedro for accepting the fight. And I also want to say, Ireland, the Irish fans, you guys have been nothing but great to me. Honestly, I wanted to come where the best fans were. Everybody always says this is the place to fight, and I'm so happy. Ireland, thank you very much. I can't wait to come on vacation and enjoy your city. Thank you.
You landed a beautiful right uppercut, but your wrestling was on point. I think you were 3 for 3 in the takedowns. You were taking him down at will when you wanted, but that right uppercut started the downfall in this fight for him. You looked like you were going to start to go for a submission, and you decided to go to ground and pound.
Yeah, I really wanted to. My guillotine is getting really good. My jiu-jitsu is getting a lot better, but I felt there was a lot of time left in the round, and I wanted to soften him up and maybe look for it rather than waste my energy going for a submission. Soften him up, and it was a good decision, so I'm happy with it.
Aaron, you came into this sport as a 17-year-old boy. You're a 27-year-old man now and put on a beautiful performance. Should this fight put you in that position to fight for the title?
100%. I believe that I'm ready to be a world champion, and not just a world champion. I want to defend my belt. I want to be a great champion. Scott, Mike Hogan, please give me the opportunity to fight for the belt. I'm ready. I've been in this organization since I've been a young boy, and now I'm getting a little bit older. I got a beard, and I've come a long way, and I'm so proud of me. I'm so proud of my team. Thankful to my mom and dad, and I'm really happy, Big John, but I want to fight for the title next. If not, I'll be in my backyard riding my horses.
Well, I know Valentino is very proud of you, brother. Congratulations on a beautiful win. Ireland, what do you think? Should our Aaron Pico fight for the title next?
These guys don't necessarily like each other, so this is what happened after Fabian Edwards beat Gegard Mousasi. There was a stare down in Paris. They got chippy then, and it continued this week as well. Here are the weigh-ins. Fabian still staring at him. Johnny, I mean, what do you think about the beef between these two that's been brewing?
It's real. That's what I think about it. It's real. And when it gets in there, though, the great thing is they're going to get to settle it with their fists.
All right, we are here at American Top Team. That's Johnny Eblen, by the way, the champ. We are here because we are getting an exclusive to sit down, talk with him one-on-one at American Top Team, the mecca of MMA, and we're also going to watch him train. Let's have some fun. Let's go, champ. He's getting after it.
Amanda, you want to hold the bag?
No, no, I don't. Is this gonna be Fabian?
This is gonna be Fabian.
Oh God, timeout, can we call timeout? Here you go, champ. So I got a question. You were Johnny Diamond Hands. How much longer are you gonna be the human cheat code?
Breaking news. I'm Johnny Pressure now.
What, we're changing your name again?
Changing my nickname.
Why?
Because I'm the champ and I do what I want.
Pretty good reason. All right, let's go, Johnny Pressure.
Time.
All right, good job.
Thanks.
Go clean up, because we're gonna do an interview. All right, sounds good. You're very sweaty.
Very sweaty. Hey, get showered up.
So, you got a little swagger. You got a chip on your shoulder. What is the Johnny Eblen edge?
I really just don't care. I'm just there to compete and have fun, and maybe I do have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder that, like, I didn't get to achieve the dreams I set for myself in college wrestling. I didn't get that gratification, and now I'm like searching for it in combat sports. I still don't think I've accomplished everything that I've set. There's goals I want to meet.
What are some of those goals?
Being the talk of like the GOAT, winning multiple titles, multiple weight divisions. It's like I'm still chasing after that dream.
Best in the fucking world. So let's talk about Fabian Edwards.
Yeah.
How would you describe him?
Kind of like a brat.
How so?
He's not humble. He's not a humble person, I can tell.
Is he gonna be humbled when you step in that cage?
Yeah, I'm gonna put the pressure on him, break him, and humble him for sure.
Tell us about Paris. You're in Paris. He beats Homasi. You get to step in the cage and have a stare down with him.
Yeah, so after he won, I turned. Like, it's just the look of his face I didn't like. I know I jawed a little bit and we got in each other's face. I'm a competitor at heart, and when there's somebody in my way, I'll do everything I can to take them out.
Fabian Edwards wants to join his brother Leon as a world champion. That is their dream. Do you look forward to squashing that dream?
Yeah, I'm here to crush that dream because it's not a part of my dream. My dream is to solidify my name and be the GOAT, and he's in the way of that dream, so I guess I'll have to crush his dreams.
Where do you have the advantage in this one against him?
Everywhere. I have the cardio advantage. I'm fast. I'm stronger than him. I'm gonna fuck Fabian up in every facet of the game.
You are going to be there in Dublin. It's a sold-out crowd. Your belt is on the line. What happens when you guys step in the cage?
So I know in Dublin, they love their MMA. I'm literally built for these types of moments, you know, where everything's on the line. I'm gonna put on a violent performance. Johnny Eblen World Tour is about to take flight, baby, let's go.
So somewhere over in England, he's training. We have a bunch of cameras here. Look at one of them and give Fabian Edwards your final message before you meet him in the cage.
It doesn't matter. You can train all you fucking want. You're never gonna beat me. You're never gonna have that dream of having a belt with your brother, because I'm here to crush that dream.
And on that note, Big John McCarthy, let's go to the numbers, the tail of the tape for our main event for the Bellator Middleweight World Championship.
Yeah, if you're going to look at anything, you got to look at that reach advantage. 79.5 is a massive reach compared to 74 inches, and Fabian uses it very well. Is it going to be the difference here, or does Johnny crush with pressure?
From Johnny Denver to Johnny Eblen to, well, Michael C. Williams, as we are set, Eblen versus Edwards for all the gold.
Bellator MMA tonight from Dublin, Ireland, live on Showtime. Inside 3 Arena, the time has come for the main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Middleweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation, Chairman James Gessner, supervising at cage side, Director Mike Mazzulli. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 6'1", weighing in 185 pounds even, the #1 ranked contender in his first world title fight, enters with 12 professional victories, 2 losses, fighting out of Birmingham, England, presenting the challenger, Fabian the Assassin Edwards. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner. At 6'1", weighing in 184.6 pounds, in his second defense of his world title tonight as a professional. He stands perfect at 13-0 by way of Kansas City, Missouri. He's fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, the undefeated, reigning and defending Bellator Middleweight World Champion, Johnny Pressure Eblen. And at the bell, the referee in charge, Brian Miner.
Gentlemen, went over the rules. This is for the title. Fight hard. Keep it clean. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Get back to your room. Corners.
The champion Eblen blending his boxing with his wrestling. He told us he's going to rearrange Edwards' fist with his face and take that belt, the Bellator middleweight championship, back to America for Fabian Edwards. He feels, well, he's going to put the war in his last name, but he doesn't think it goes the distance. He thinks he finishes Eblen in round 2 or 3.
We will see.
We will see.
Ready? Ready? Fight!
Oh, yeah, here we go.
And immediately, Eblen with the high kick blocked by Edwards. Of course, it was a dramatic final pound left head kick that gave Edwards' brother Leon the thrill of a lifetime. Edwards looking to equal that. And for their mother, Verona, we talked about at the start of the show, she is watching at home in England on TV. She cannot be live. She gets too nervous. And even when she's at home watching, they send them film after the fight showing how crazy she gets watching her kids compete.
Well, I really like what I'm seeing out of Fabian Edwards here. Notice how he has taken control of the cage. He's the one that's dictating where the fight's going to take place, and he has Johnny Eblen moving in circles. Now Johnny's moving to the right side of Fabian. That's away from his power. That's a smart move.
Edwards, a slick southpaw sniper, does a lot of work with that left kick, and in fact, Eblen moving forward, he's starting this fight orthodox. He had amazing success as a southpaw when he dethroned Gegard Mousasi for the championship.
He can fight both stances, and that's one of the things, you know, a lot of wrestlers get used to having
and now he is
forward, and that's why Johnny goes to that southpaw stance. That's a good place for him to shoot also, so you're going to see it moving back and forth.
Eblen punctuating both of his last 2 fights with German suplexes in the final round. Did it against Mousasi, did it in his first title defense against Anatoly Tokov on CBS this past February. And those in his corner, the pressure cooker that is American Top Team feel that already he is the best middleweight on the planet, wants to cement that status tonight. And he has a lot of respect for Sean Strickland, who he's sparred with in the past.
A lot of the reason that ATT feels the way they do about Johnny Eblen is the way that he trains and the positions that he puts himself in training, the bad positions. He always puts himself in those places where you don't want to be to figure out how do I get out of them and how do I make them work for me. That's not easy to do when you're in training and you're the champ, but that's what makes you better.
Eblen able to crush space and land a combination before backing up, and Edwards testing the waters with his rear leg, catches the kick of Eblen. But Edwards moving forward right in front of Eblen, and there's the jab from the southpaw. Midway point of the first round, scheduled for 5. Spotty kick by Edwards. Ooh, nice right hand as a decoy looking for the takedown. And Eblen trying to take Edwards off his feet. Edwards, of course, improving his wrestling and his anti-wrestling. And he worked on it, John, after his loss to Austin Vanderford. And since then, well, 3 consecutive wins, and we've seen a marked improvement in his offensive and defensive wrestling.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that made his brother change levels as far as a fighter, was his ability to all of a sudden start to wrestle, and not only be a defensive wrestler, make it part of his offensive game. And Fabian has done that.
Eblen putting the pressure on Edwards, putting all of his weight along the fence. There's a knee and the elbow on the break. So it's Eblen taking a page out of Edwards' book. As the break off the clinch, lands the elbow. And another kick by Edwards. Lead hand back.
That was a very nicely placed elbow attack. And you always want to leave them on the exit, leave them with something to remember.
Kick by Edwards to the lead leg of the southpaw Eblen. So Eblen now fighting from the southpaw stance. And of course in MMA, John, you blend your stances nowadays. Everyone's a switch hitter, or maybe should be. A lot of people working on going both, and you have to.
Yeah,
under a minute left in the round.
You know, anytime you have that lead leg is what's going to be attacked. And it can only take so much before it starts to alter your movement, your balance, everything. So you've got to be able to switch things up. But I'm really impressed that Fabian has decided I'm going to make it to where I'm not going to move back a lot. Now, he moved back, obviously, on the takedown attempts and things like that. But in this stand-up, He's not giving ground. And that is a good sign because he's saying, I'm going to match your pressure.
Less than half a minute remaining in the opening round. Eblen, a standout wrestler at University of Missouri, producing Bellator champions Ben Askren, Michael Chandler, Strikeforce UFC champion Tyron Woodley, and now Bellator champion Johnny Eblen. But Eblen 0 for 2 in the takedown department as we close out the first round of this Bellator middleweight championship fight. And a body kick in the left hand from Edwards at the end of the round. The bell in round 2, we take a look at the unofficial statistics as Ewen comes out fast in that opening round. Again, we mentioned over 2 in the takedown department for Eblen, although Big John McCarthy scored a 10-9 for Eblen. And he did have the advantage in terms of the strikes that were landing. And why did you end up giving him the 10-9 round, sir?
Honestly, it's all based on volume. It was just more volume by Johnny Eblen over. Standing in pressure and having aggressiveness is great, but you gotta throw shots. And Fabian just needs to up that volume that he's putting out, which he seems to be doing here at the start of the second.
Eblen, as we mentioned, had never lost a round unanimously in 13 pro fights. That was a close first 5 minutes, but Eblen having the advantage in terms of the striking. And
absolutely it was close. There was not much difference between it, but Eblen landed the better strikes with more of them. Now, I'll give it that I thought that Fabian Edwards landed a lot of good kicks to the legs of Eblen, but that's really where it ended.
Oh, shot. Fire slide, and Edwards lands on his keister before he pops back up. Said he was going to put the war on his last name, and there was a quick striking exchange, heavy shots, but then Eblen closes the distance and puts Edwards against the fence. And key to victory, you don't want to be against the fence against a guy like Eblen. And now Edwards on the break with the elbow strike.
Yeah, that was a very nice elbow strike. Fabian's doing a good job with his left hand when he gets him tight. He's not using a lot on the outside with the range. When he gets him tight, he's landing good shots to the body. That was a nice elbow strike.
Oh, and there was a nice straight right left hook combination by Eblen, and he closes the distance and now finding the range. Lands again, although Edwards taking some steam off of that shot, and Edwards goes back to the kicking department. And he told us that he was going to use a cavalcade of kicks. He felt that Mousasi and Tokov didn't kick enough against Eblen, and that may be because, yeah, again, standout wrestler, University of Missouri, where injuries derailed his championship aspirations.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're talking about facing a wrestler, you have to be very careful of where you kick and when you kick, because being on one leg is not a good position to be against a good wrestler. So if Edwards believes that he can do that, you know, it's a great tool, and he's got a fantastic left leg, so I want to see him put that to use.
Edwards, who loves to launch those powerful left kicks. Just over 2 minutes left here in the second round, and Edwards establishing the jab again, has that reach. Advantage on Eblen. Eblen shoots, naked shot, able to track Edwards down, but Edwards, and that's the other thing we've seen throughout his career, Edwards, as Eblen looks for the mat return, Edwards does a good job of, once being taken down, getting back to his feet.
Boy, he popped right to his feet on that. That was an absolute display in athleticism by Edwards, because he was put down. That was a driving tackle, double leg, and he got right to his feet right away. Now, he's still in a position for Eblen to take advantage of this, but great athleticism and way to just make it happen. Back to his feet.
And Edwards sending a message to Johnny Eblen by getting back to his feet following that takedown, and now making sure that he tries to stay in a vertical position despite being pinned against the fence. And this is where Eblen's going to unload and lands a nice combination.
Well, he was pinned against the fence right in his corner, and so that helped him a lot because he had his corner telling him the progression to go through to get free from Eblen.
And Johnny Eblen, blood on his face, has shored up his striking at American Top Team. We talk about the and he tells us how he has been able to put together his boxing and his wrestling to make himself a full-fledged mixed martial artist. And when you work under the tutelage of guys like Mike Brown and King Mo, you are under a very, very erudite learning tree. And let's not forget the training partners.
Right now, it's looking like all this pressure that you're getting from Johnny Eblen in this round is starting to have an effect. Fabian started taking a big, deep breath. He needs to find a place to be able to catch that win.
We are through 2 rounds. Johnny Eblen with a crimson mask, John, as usually on the face like that as a result of some elbow activity.
Normally it is, because elbows do cut bone to bone. Here's Eblen inside, right against cage. There's that elbow that caused the cut. You see him right away. He wipes at it. Look at, boom, right there. And it's just a slicing one. Doesn't hit super heavy, but enough to cut Johnny Eblen. We'll see if that ends up having any effect in this fight.
Doc, you want to see that?
That is a monster cut across the right eyebrow there of Johnny Eblen, courtesy of that elbow from Fabian Edwards. And throughout his career, he has bloodied his opponents with elbow strikes, and he draws first blood here tonight in the biggest fight of his life. And immediately, Eblen, living up to his new moniker, Johnny Pressure, goes back to putting the pressure on Edwards. There's the counter-striking ability of Edwards.
And there's that left hand. We're talking about it here. He goes down.
Edwards goes down. Johnny Eblen pulling on the pressure and the ground and pound, looking to finish Edwards. He's out. Johnny Pressure is Johnny champion again. Johnny Eblen comes in as the champion. One successful title defense. The belt goes. The belt's up for grabs. Johnny Eblen says, not so fast. I'm taking the belt home to America.
Thank you.
And what a sequence, because as we will see, Big John, it was Edwards that took the fight to Eblen.
He landed a shot, no doubt about it.
And now it's the brother Leon, unfortunately, as he takes umbrage with the jubilation, but a huge win for the champion as Johnny Eblen improves to 14-0 with his 6th KO victory.
Well, we talked about there was no love lost in these guys. But let's take a look at the sequence here. Eblen gets hit with a beautiful left hand. That's what we were talking about right at the moment when all of a sudden that right hand finds the mark on the chin of Fabian Edwards, and he goes to try to defend. But right away, Johnny Eblen lands another right hand. That elbow strike and that right hand.
Yeah, the eyes say it all.
Absolutely.
For Fabian Edwards, and what a shot by Eblen, the power, and yeah, he lives up to the moniker, John. Johnny Pressure.
I don't know if they should go back into the center together, you know?
That was a nice, beautiful shot right there that you saw by Johnny Eblen, putting him down, and then the ground and pound going after him. He is shot his opponent. Exactly, you're going for that finishing sequence. There's that elbow right there, right to the temple. That's what puts him out. The elbow was the key. That's what hurt Fabian Edwards to the point he was done.
He came in with those at ATT proclaiming him as the best middleweight in mixed martial arts, and in doing so, he now takes himself to the next level, because not only did he win, he won in super impressive fashion, overcoming that nasty gash, that adversity, and he closes the show like you always want a champion to do, and sends, well, some of the crowd home happy. A lot of Fabian Edwards fans in attendance, of course, from England, but John overcoming that cut and proving to be a cut above here tonight.
He absolutely did, and that is a monster cut. Luckily, it did not bleed a lot. It didn't really have an effect in the fight, and a beautiful job by the cut man who took care of that, was able to make it to where that was not an effect in the fight and stopping it.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 21 seconds into round number 3. The winner by And still the undefeated Bellator middleweight world champion, Johnny Pressure Eblen.
A monster performance for Johnny Eblen. Let's go to Big John McCarthy, who's going to talk to the champ.
Big cut. He got some tricky elbows, man.
I'm here with middleweight champion Johnny Eblen. You just defended your title for a second time. That fight started off a little slow and kept building and building. And then you received that cut. Did that cut change something in your mind that I have to get this fight over now?
Part of me was like, yeah, I don't know how bad this cut is. It feels pretty bad. So, I just stuck to the game plan, what my coaches were telling me to do. I didn't really change much. I just go in and I fight, man. I don't really think too much about it.
You came out, he took the middle of the cage, and you were the one circling at the beginning. Was that a surprise to you? But then you did start to use your pressure to change where the fight took place.
Yeah, early on, we wanted to kind of move our feet, stay on the outside, land some kicks, land some punches, see what he had for us. After the first, I felt like I could strike with him. Problem was, though, out of the clinch, I wasn't coming out safely, and he landed some pretty nasty elbows. That's why I got my cut. Yeah, man, this is how the fight game is, though. You know, you can't expect anything to happen going your way all the time.
Were you surprised by his defensive wrestling up against the cage?
Yeah, it's pretty good, man. He did really well controlling my wrists, did well popping up, but over time, I'm just gonna wear, like, it's gonna be harder and harder every time to get up.
Did you see that kind of happening at the end of the second round? I kind of thought he started to get just a little bit tired as the round was coming to an end.
He was getting a little bit tired, and he thought I was gonna turn into a wrestler, but I can still strike, man. I can strike for 5 rounds. I think I'm one of the best in the world, if not the best. I can strike, I can wrestle, I can grapple, I can do it all.
There's no doubt you're one of the best in the world. Congratulations on defending that title. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the middleweight champion of the world, Johnny Pressure Eblen.
Bellator 299 full of fireworks in Dublin, Ireland. The always entertaining Dublin crowd treated to 5 fantastic fights tonight. First, it was a contender for knockout of the year in the first round. A vicious head kick from Levan Chokheli to Sabah Homasi. Now 3 wins in a row for Chokheli. After that, featherweights Mads Burnell, Daniele Weichel went head-to-head. Mads telling us he always dreamt of fighting Weichel. He got the win. Daniele Weichel, though, calling it a career after 21 years. Then Sara Collins going up against Dublin's own Sinead Kavanagh. The crowd on Sinead's side, but Sara Collins getting the better of Kavanagh, went the distance. Collins with the split decision win. She is still undefeated. Our co-main event, Aaron Pico versus Pedro Carvalho. This one was all Aaron Pico, a first round TKO. Aaron Pico, knowing his potential, sitting in the top 3 of the featherweight division, saying, I want that title shot next. And the title was on the line in our main event. Middleweight champion Johnny Eblen versus Fabian Edwards. Edwards looking to join his brother Leon as champion. But Johnny Pressure Eblen, seconds into the 3rd round, brought all the pressure and is still middleweight champion.